Good afternoon. Welcome back again to the IX Forum Fortaleza, our third edition.
Vamos dar continuidade na programação. Antes eu queria
Let's keep going.
pedir para o pessoal que está
I would like to ask those who are with us remotely in the YouTube if the quality of the audio and if the video are fine, if they are able to give a feedback, those who are already online with us, if they can give us an idea about the quality of the audio and video, just let us know. It's very important to guarantee the quality of this event.
Bom, então vamos dar continuidade na nossa programação.
Let's resume our agenda, where next we are going to have a panel. Actually, it's a talk divided between two speakers. It's not quite a panel, but it's more like a presentation. They will address the communities in the IX.br and traffic engineering in the IX. So, Eduardo Morales from IX.br and Pedro Marques from the University of Rio Grande. Please join us.
Pode projetar para mim os slides aqui?
Can I have my slides, please?
Bom, enquanto eles não colocam aí os slides, eu gostaria de falar que essa vai ser uma
meantime,
apresentação conjunta.
let me tell you that this is going to be a joint presentation. I'm going to explain you a little bit about traffic engineering. In the beginning of my talk, I will talk about the importance of traffic engineering, that you can have multiple internet exchanges. Then to Pedro, who will talk about the current status, looking at the looking glass, at the use of traffic engineering that I will mention here. So this is more an introduction bit, so you can understand what we did in terms of analysis. I hope that this is going to be a panel which will clarify to those that should start doing traffic engineering, where you can get a good influence as how things are taking place within your autonomous system.
Ou tem algum botão aí que eu estou apertando errado? Acho que não está passando os slides aqui.
I don't know if you're having any issues with my slides.
Além desse? Ah, tá desligado? Ah. Opa, foi. Então a gente vai falar um pouco de engenharia de tráfego e na questão
traffic engineering and communities, which is key in the IX, and few people use it. We wish you would use it more, as you are within multiple internet exchanges, and you may use that in a better way. I mean, the content which is available within the internet exchange and your peerings. Why is it so important to do traffic engineering? Because that improves the quality of your service, where you are able to reduce latency. Let's suppose you are connected to IX Fortaleza and IX São Paulo, but you might be locally or geographically closer to Fortaleza than to São Paulo. Then your latency will be lower if you give preference to your traffic to go from IX Fortaleza, the best to you. We may have some problems where where you have to exchange the traffic of an agreement which is more reliable. You may avoid traffic jam, you may balance your traffic, reducing operational costs where you have an exit of a transit, and then you may, drainage that throughout the IX. You may have more traffic exits and you may preferably one to another, and also to mitigate problems such as we may talk about service denials, where you may work with black hole techniques to detour your traffic to the garbage, which was an attack traffic. You may increase efficiency of your network. So there are many reasons why you should do traffic engineering. And many people who become autonomous system is there with peerings at several places, including connections within the internet exchange. Well, I am in more than one place, and which one do I prefer? Well, I may do just anything with no preference or whatsoever, or I may choose one IX over the other. I may prefer the IX Fortaleza instead of São Paulo, but I may also mix that up. I may prefer to go through Fortaleza and IX São Paulo. And then we are going to focus in some aspects that you can do to increase the traffic engineering. There are many other ways that you may work with BGP, but here my presentation is short. And we are going to emphasize not doing anything, not having any active preference to work with prepend. You are going to work with the BGP AS path to choose more specific routes to carry out different ads and communities. So it's going to be easier for you to understand what's happening in each one of the situations. Not doing anything, right? Not doing anything, obviously, this is a very simple technique. So you're going to have an announcement of your /32 to 2 internet exchange. So you're going to announce the same thing at both sides. If you have much control of what may happen, because you're going to let the BGP takes a decision. Partial traffic might be through one IX, another through a different one. So you have a neighbor AS connected at both, and they're going to decide over BGP. It's going to get the attributes of BGP, which always, decides which one is the best way. They are never in doubt. So they're going to say, well, I prefer this upper or lower IX, always choosing the best way. But while you are letting the other one making the decision, you may let the other one influence your traffic, which could use one of the attributes, such as local preference, and then they decide where from the traffic should go. They increased the route of IX Fortaleza. They preferred their route. They increased the local preference, and then the traffic will go out through Fortaleza traffic. Is that your wish? If so, you should think about some influence in the traffic engineering. If you don't do anything, it happens a balancing, but you don't have much control of what is happening. Is this throughout one IX or another IX? We cannot tell, but you have an idea of redundancy. If your IX Fortaleza has any problem, your traffic will drain throughout IX São Paulo. So there are some advantages, a simple technique which does not influence in the traffic. You want to give your opinion, you're letting the BGP making a decision. And then you may think about influence using this technique, which is prepend, where you are going to increase the way. The idea is to work with BGP in prepend and say, this is a worsened route because this is a longer way. So, to give you an example, you are announcing the same /32, both to IX Fortaleza and São Paulo. Then you say, I'm going to make my route worse, and then you put a prepend. Well, the way through IX Fortaleza is bigger. Then you are going to force the traffic to drain over the best one. In that case, is going to be IX São Paulo, because the other one has a longer way before reaching you. But prepend is important to say. It usually affects router, those who are closer to you. Once you are passing by autonomous systems, prepend loses its strength. So we're going to see that in the IX, we have participants and the clients of the participants, which are thrown within the IX by BGP. Part of the internet is not directly connected, but they are receiving their route, and so are you. And prepend loses its strength on the way. So the traffic is going to get out through São Paulo IX. Prepend may affect internet partially. Depending on the announcements, they are going to lose their strength. Prepend too, I'm increasing once, twice my pathway. But if you think that twice is not working, 3 times neither, and you keep on increasing, you are creating an overuse of overproduction of prepends in the routing system. So you have to dosage during the outflow. It gives us autonomy, but is limited because there are participants of the IX, such as the clients of the participants. They are bringing more people from their network in addition to themselves or himself. Prepend has its limitations, but that is an attribute of BGP, and BGP has a number of attributes and decision-making. And there are some rules. Which one is the preferable attribute? Prepend in the AS path is not one of the principal ones. Local preference, rather, it is one of the main ones. So an autonomous system which gets its route with the prepend, if by any chance they prefer that route, improving the attribute of local preference, even if you try to influence and to convince it that that is a worsen rule, they still will work because it's running over a preferential attribute. So BGP is important in the decision process. And during the decision process, we cannot forget that BGP is a political protocol where we have to correlate to other autonomous systems, to other network administrators. So everything is on operation. If you want to have a worsened route, but then they improve, it's up to them. If you don't reach an agreement, the traffic is not to outflow in the best manner, and they don't even know what your desire was. So anytime you are using BGP, please pay attention to the configurations, and also you have to talk to your neighbor to be able to understand how they are going to accept that route. They can simply change the attributes or to filter the routes. So it's important to decide about that. Also, we have a more specific route. which is another decision process, but that is up to the router to decide. We are no longer talking here about BGP. This is a priority decision. BGP is the protocol, but here we are talking about the router decision. If there is a route, a /48, and another one is /32, they're gonna prefer the more specific one, which is a /48, as if you were giving additional information to the router. So in this way, I give you 48 pieces of information. In the other one, 32. Well, 32 may give me some sort of difficulty to find the best way, type of ambiguity, whereas 48 is much more precise. So I will prefer the one that gives me more information. So they will prefer the more specifically route. In this case, /32 to IX São Paulo and to IX Fortaleza to /32. They prefer the outflow to go through Fortaleza IX. And as we said, the router decision is priority over BGP. While doing it, you do not allow S2 to influence in your traffic, because if they try to do something with the logo preference, it will not work, because the router decides which route is more specific over another protocol, and it will prefer /32, 33. And then we have different announcements which are complementary one to another. Pedro later will talk more about that. Some autonomous systems, they are not announcing the full block within IX. They are announcing bits. IX Fortaleza, just one /33, not both. And below, /32, which encompasses /33. Well, I may preferably give some preference to my clients and then X São Paulo. But be careful. I may have my agreement with IX São Paulo, where I am disclosing my /32. If that goes down, what happens? IX Fortaleza will not get that complete traffic, because it has just part of the routers, just of those clients that they had announced. So we may lose redundancy in that case. So whenever we break, we have to understand if everything is really fine in our setup, in the configuration. So some food for thought. The communication becomes more complicated in that sense. How about the /33 part 2? Where is it coming from? I don't see that in the looking glass. I don't see in the global router. It's more complicated to see that it was in the /32. It's more complicated a troubleshooting to identify problems where they are. So the more you work with the BGP or more specific routes and to mix up a number of things, more complicated it will be to make an identification. And you are not the only network manager. And if so, you won't be there forever, aren't you? So somebody else may come and might not understand what these routing policies, and we have to have that very clear. The better you make that simple, the best. And BGP is a political protocol. We have to understand if, on the other hand, nothing is going to happen. And if you force a router decision instead of BGP, is that the best situation? Shouldn't we take a BGP decision? Well, you have to reflect upon that, because when we work in the decision making, we are not letting any maneuver to the autonomous system which is getting our route. So sometimes they are not even to help if there is a problem. and also in the outflow. So what happens? My client traffic goes to the IX Fortaleza and the rest IX São Paulo. But is that the best situation? Let's talk a little bit about communities, and then I'm gonna hand over to Pedro, who will talk a little bit more about the analysis he did. And I wish he would use more this traffic engineering protocol in the IX traffic and within the communities as well. Because with the communities, you may have to understand if you are using the best IX, taking a decision like that. My route in IX Fortaleza is going to everyone who is a participant in IX Fortaleza. If I prefer IX Fortaleza, is that really the best option? Am I closer to IX Fortaleza or am I closer to IX São Paulo? Think about that geographically. You might be preferring IX São Paulo and you are in a neighbor country of Fortaleza, of Ceará. So it would be better to exchange in Fortaleza than to exchange in São Paulo. And we'd like to demystify that because many people think that IX São Paulo has everything. So I will prefer São Paulo. No, but there is latency. There are companies and providers from Pernambuco who will be in São Paulo and who will be in Fortaleza as well. To ask them to go until São Paulo, go down to São Paulo, then to come up north again to Fortaleza, that is going to be double work. So geography is key. And if we apply a rule to an IX, we have to understand that there are multiple participants. And IX São Paulo Fortaleza attracts autonomous provider systems from all over. So it's quite common to find participants at both IXs, and sometimes we don't want to give any influence to the IX, but part of the traffic and communities may help. I may think about latency. So I may prefer the way that I do faster, and then I may choose IX to those to which I am closer. So communities, they help us in that sense. So if I'm geographically closer, that may happen. And there is also that package loss. A certain time and some participants of IX Fortaleza, despite being close, they might have a problematic agreement, and I may prefer not going through IX Fortaleza, but IX São Paulo, because the agreement, the enlace, is robust, whereas the other is with problems. And those decisions, they are automatic once you work with the communities. Is a liaison. And if you work with communities, they are kind of automatics in the decision. There are several communities that IX makes available to you. I wish you would use them more. But the main ones we are going to emphasize because you may, for instance, working on a traffic engineering. That may be your client, may be a traffic provider, and you don't want to be there. Don't send my routes over there. Or just export my ports to them. So I just want to talk with them. All others I will talk throughout IX Fortaleza. So I may just export my routes to them, as well as may add prepend and not announce. Thinking about those that have a high latency, package loss, that you may work with traffic engineering to be an action and an information. So they inform that those routers of those participants, they are with a problem. They have a high latency or a high package loss, and then you may take a decision about the internal policies. So talking about RTT and latency. They are not statics. One link may get saturated, may have issues, and the latency to work with that participant was of 20 milliseconds, then became 90. If you let the communities ready to go, I want to worsen my communication with them. So you have that automatic action. IX does that for you. And once they measure and they see that is 90 milliseconds, they are going to see your community between 40 and 50. I want to repent because that way was not a good one. You may even change the policies and the informations because IX tells you about their routes, which are always bad. They're not just yours, but theirs as well, because the way is bad, both in latency and in package loss problems. They are intermittent. And also TCP. TCP generates a retransmission. TCP is a protocol which requires a confirmation. If you are having too much package loss, they will ask you to retransmit. So the whole communication has higher latency. IX measures that time after time and lets that community to work. And they may add one to another. They may have latency as well as loss. And you may decide, well, I want 3 prepends in those that want loss and 3 additional prepends, those with a high latency. And then you may act within the informative communities. Now I would like to hand over to Pedro, who will present his analysis. Thank you.
Então tá, gente. Obrigado aqui, Eduardo, pela
Thank you, Eduardo.
palavra. Se puder, por favor, botar o outro conjunto de slides.
Can I have my other set of slides?
Bom, enquanto vai aparecendo aqui os slides, né, só antecipando, eu vou apresentar o que está acontecendo nos IX em termos de engenharia
What takes place in the IX in terms of traffic engineering and what can be done
o que exatamente está acontecendo.
and what is happening. This is an analysis that we did about the main IXs, north and northern regions of São Paulo. We don't have, can I have my slides, please? And that was done jointly with my students, with Joaquim. He's not present, but he's here.
Para a gente começar, nosso objetivo é entender esse panorama da engenharia de tráfego nos IX brasileiros. Temos muitos IX espalhados pelo país. Vamos focar essencialmente.
We have many IXPs in Brazil, and we're going to focus on the north and northeast of Brazil and also in the state of São Paulo to give an idea of what happens. And to make these analyses, we're using data collected from the route service of IX.br on May 26. And in this presentation, we tried to answer to 6 different questions. The first is whether the addressing space that they are announcing in IX is correct, and also I have an AS. It is connected to multiple IXPs, do I have any engineering traffic among them, and what engineering technicians are used to indicate a preference? And we also analyze from a geographical point of view whether this makes sense or not. As Eduardo commented, I am in Pernambuco exchanging traffic with a network, but we are in São Paulo instead of Recife, for example. And then we have a detailed analysis on the BGP communities. And in the end, I talk about three cases where we have found unexpected behaviors in the traffic engineering decisions. I think I know how these protocols work, and I thought the behavior was a bit strange, so I brought this for debate. So starting with our first analysis, the idea here was that of all of the addressing space I have, how much of that space is seen in the routing space of IX. So first of all, for the Northeast region in Brazil, we have the number of IX and the route servers. And here we have a curve for each one of them. And to intensify that, what can we infer from here? Depending on the IXP, 50 to 70% of ASs are addressing their space. But that means that not everybody is announcing. In fact, we know that 10 to 35% are doing it. And if we have the same analysis, what do we see? 70 to 95% of ASs announce all of the addressing space they have in the route service, and 5 to 25% announce less than half of the addressing space. The reasons are perhaps a little bit of traffic engineering or load balancing to reduce costs. But if we go to the north region, we see that 40 to 90% of the AS and IPv4 and place all of their addressing there. It is more common in IPv6 to use all of their space in the routing server, perhaps because there's less traffic engineering. And the second question was, okay, we have identified that there are IXs connected to or in more than one place. So do we have any traffic engineering to indicate preference? We have an analysis. We separated ASs into 4 different classifications. We say that one AS does not have a preference when it does exactly the same announcements in both IXs, but it will always prefer either A or B, and what we call mixed. So depending on the prefix, it's going to indicate a preference for point A and sometimes for point B. So it was not possible for us to have data of all of the comparisons, all of the AXs, but we had cases where we had at least 50 common aspects between them. So we have Fortaleza Recife, Fortaleza Salvador, Fortaleza São Paulo, Recife São Paulo, and Salvador São Paulo. On the top, we have the number of ASs that were analyzed. On the left bar, we have IPv4. On the right side, we have IPv6. So here we have the pairs and the results. And what are the highlights here? Most of them do not indicate a preference. Most of them announce exactly the same thing in both points. When we look at who indicates some type of preference, and now I'm talking about preference A and B. In Fortaleza, we have A, Recife B. And then we indicate that when Fortaleza is involved, and we always indicate a preference most of the times to another X and not to Fortaleza. So most of the ASs in Fortaleza and Recife, when they indicate a preference, they choose Recife. The same thing is true for Salvador and São Paulo. But when we look at Recife against São Paulo, if the network is in Recife and São Paulo, most of the networks have a preference for Recife. And Salvador versus São Paulo, the preference is for Salvador, and then the other one, the preference is for São Paulo. I would also like to highlight that we have some cases of ASs that, depending on the prefix, they are either indicating a preference for IXA or B. But when you indicate a preference, it's always for the same one. And in our third analysis, we do not have traffic engineering, but what techniques are they using for traffic engineering? And then in this case, we have three possible techniques that we are analyzing right now. More specific announcements, or what I called selective announcements or advertisements, which are complementary. And then we had new cases. We have the bar, and then IPv6, and then the number of ASs that were analyzed. So what is the first thing that comes to mind with all of these colored bars? Most of the ASs of traffic engineering use a single traffic engineering technique. Most of the times, it's either going to be more specific or selective advertisements, even though we know that there are cases in the bars above that are using more than one technique, sometimes three combined techniques with different prefixes. But among the different techniques, the most common one is the prefix specificity. And also, according to what Eduardo just said, we have the first form where the router will look at to make a decision. Even though in some cases we identify that the most popular technique is selective announcements. But then when we do not have the more specific announcements, it's not for IPv6. In our next analysis, we did the following. Okay, you're using traffic engineering so that eventually you can indicate a preference or not. Let's see if from a geographic point of view, this decision makes any sense. And to better explain what we did, we get all of the prefixes in the first slide, and they are being announced the same way in São Paulo and Fortaleza. You can see the picture. It is exactly the same. We have already located them, especially the ones in Brazil. We're not doing this for prefixes abroad. And then we identified their geolocation. We separated our prefixes. We have a total of over 5,000 that we are analyzing for each one of them. We calculated the distance to São Paulo and Fortaleza, IX. And then in the middle, we have a diagonal line. So anything close to this area is at the same distance. But we do have a large amount of prefixes that are closer to one city and not to the other, and they do not have any preference indicated. Eduardo talked about like 1,000 kilometers of latency that are in São Paulo and 3,000 kilometers from Fortaleza, 25 milliseconds of latency that could improve the performance of an application. We could also say that the geolocation bases are not always as accurate, and the fact that they are geographically close. Sometimes we have a provider in one city, but we know that there is an opportunity for traffic engineering here. Also, we performed the same analysis and they indicated a preference. So in red here, we have a preference for São Paulo, and the other one for Fortaleza. We can clearly see that there's no standard what is close to one or close to the other one. Once again, we calculated the differences and realized that we have some that are closer to São Paulo and have a preference for Fortaleza, and the other way around. In other words, in this case, AS is making traffic engineering, and it doesn't seem to be the best option. But there's another variable in this equation here, which is cost, and perhaps the transportation cost that may have an impact on this decision-making process. And then we fall into part 2 of our presentation, including the BGP communities. Here we have some analysis on this topic, and we have BGP communities, which are another way of doing traffic engineering. So we decided to first look at whether there are ASs using these communities. And if you look at the website, you will see that there's a very long and complex table, actually a complete table with everything available. We have the standard, the extended, and then initially I focus on action communities, and more specifically, because of the large amount, we analyze the standard communities in this presentation, because in percentage terms, they represent about 90% of the cases, and therefore we chose to analyze them. And so we have analyzed all of them. Here we have more urgent ones in the BGP community. And what can I tell you? That in São Paulo and Fortaleza, we have a lot of people using them, about 60% in IPv4 and 45% in IPv6. And then for the other smaller one, the amounts of ASs is smaller, and the percentage value is also smaller. And then you can see the number of communities, and once again, it seems that there is more traffic engineering than in IPv6. In the continuation, I will focus on São Paulo and Fortaleza.
Então, ok, identificamos que existem 60% dos AS, mais ou menos, usando comunidades de ação no IX. Que comunidades esses AS estão usando?
What communities are these ASs using? We have Fortaleza, we have V4, V6, and the amounts on the top are the number of communities that were processed. For example, here in São Paulo, we have 5.2 million. You can see the numbers for Fortaleza and what are the most popular communities. Do not announce for ASX. And then you can say, okay, announce my route only for ASX. And the third most popular one is the size of the community in São Paulo, the most popular one. And we can see that other communities, such as adding size 2, or the communities mentioned, RTP, allocation of ASs, they're not used as much. But because this was a topic of interest, we decided that we were going to look at these communities. And these are communities that can help us a lot. We have a table and we say add, prepend, and or do not advertise my package if this or that, or if latency is greater than this or that. And not as surprisingly, because I had already analyzed something like this, but the number of ASs used by these communities is still low. Today we have 56 in São Paulo, about 30 in PV6. In Fortaleza, the numbers are lower. But at the time, we had only 11 ASs in those communities, and today we have 56. So we decided to analyze these ASs and what communities are being applied. And then we have a similar graph and the communities for the different protocols. And you can see that in the prior slide, we had the numbers. Now I'm talking about 11,000 communities, and we have a very quick analysis. Once again, we have São Paulo and Fortaleza, V4, V6. But what do we see? We can see that both in IPv4 and Fortaleza, the most popular community for latency or loss is to add a propend if the AS is at least 10 milliseconds from where I am. And in PV6, it's not propagating the route based on loss.
Essas comunidades focadas em latência e focadas
and then these communities focusing on loss, they can also be seen in a different way because every route announced the route saver marks it in a way that we can use on the other side for traffic engineering. And we can see where the AS was allocated, what the latency is, and also what loss is observed with that router. So here I will see what kind of information you can extract from here and whether you can benefit from it or not. You can look at the areas where the AS is announced so that you know whether it's in Brazil or not. And if we analyze the North and Northeast region where ASs are allocated in Brazil, most of them at least, even though we know that there are ASs located in other regions, but I would like to highlight that the AS allocation is not where the router is. So here, once again, in the Northeast, but we have other ones. And here we have something very interesting. We have latency, and then we have an analysis according to the different categories. We can see that in green, the latency is very low. And the colored ones, we have some latency probably indicating that the AS is further away. Here, you can see São Paulo. More specifically, in São Paulo, we have about 40% of ASs, which are at least 10 milliseconds from São Paulo, indicating that potentially these are remote ASs, and therefore you could use a community to limit the propagation of my route to these areas, because I know that they exist, or also to use this community and decrease the local preference for that route. You could use a better route instead of using this area with a high frequency, and therefore you can have an action to limit our prefix, but we also adjust and make our decision. In the Northeast, it's really interesting. We have potentially remote areas when we make this measurement, and this corresponded to half of the IX. Some people go to São Paulo, but also people are coming from faraway regions to go to Fortaleza. These communities are there to help you with traffic engineering. We also have communities focusing on losses. So in general, we can see that the interface is good, but there are some cases both in the northern region and the northeastern region with ASs with loss, but this did not necessarily represent a permanent behavior. And if I had collected this the next day, perhaps the results would be a bit different. And then finally, the last analysis I would like to have is that during data processing, I would like to have an alert sign for redundancy issues, and theoretically we should be announcing everything, because if the number goes down, we have another one and vice versa. But in São Paulo, I wasn't able to make this analysis. In Fortaleza, we identified 18 ASs announcing different routes in the servers, and perhaps a good practice would be to adjust this so that we do not have any deviations. Once again, we identified different communities aiming at the ones that are not included in IX. So AS123 is not in X, and we do not have any specific purpose. It's just a preventive traffic engineering for them to be connected, but this could represent the ones that are in the route service, maybe with an overload. And finally, we identified situations where I do not announce all of them, and Eduardo will enter it, and instead of receiving it through IX, I will receive it from a different location. And so, to summarize everything I wanted to say, we identified that that this is not the case for everyone. And most of AS do not usually use traffic engineering, and when they do, they use a technique that is a bit more popular, and many of the traffic engineering decisions do not make sense from a geographic point of view, and they are used to limit the propagation of a route. We have loss and latency, and then we have some organization of these announcement. I thank you for the opportunity, and am open to answer eventual questions. Thank you very much.
Pessoal, enquanto eles fazem a foto aqui, nós estamos com o tempo já estourado.
While they take their picture, we are running late, and so we're not going to open. Of course, this was a very dense topic, very interesting and very important. But also, I think we should talk about traffic engineering when the microphone is open tomorrow, close to the end of the event, and maybe this could be one of the topics that we can discuss, whether we need to have more traffic engineering or not, and if this is okay, and if
os participantes. E eu gostaria de chamar agora o próximo palestrante, que é o Romualdo Rocha, da Blue Marine. O Romualdo vai fazer uma apresentação para a gente sobre os cabos submarinos.
Then we have submarine cables, current and future panorama.
Aqui.
Olá.
Hello.
Bom, eu, independente de fazer os agradecimentos,
Regardless of thank you, I'm going to make an introduction. I work at Blue Marine Telecom, a cable construction. I also worked at Telsus here in Brazil, and I will try to complement everything that I heard in the first part of the morning session.
A intenção de estar aqui é falar um pouco do panorama desses cabos, os cabos existentes, os cabos que podem surgir
And
nos
then we
próximos
have
anos.
the existing cables and the ones that might come up in the upcoming years. I will try to avoid being repetitive, but I will share the panorama with you. This is a model of a public internet page where you can look for any cable. There is an information, a piece of information on the source. You can have a GlobeNet cable or any other cable. We will know where they are located, who the owner are, where the landing areas are. And here, I will comment a little bit about what it is. How many cable systems are there in the world? We have information about this. I wrote down 485 to 600 submarine cables operating worldwide right now. And it represents 1.5 million cables. Another complementary piece of information is that this 1.5 million represents 30 times these cables around the equator line. And something that we are all familiar with. We had a parity between satellite data transmission and transmission via submarine cables. I wasn't even aware of it when I started working in the group over 20 years ago.
Pelo menos 99% de todo o tráfego de dados que se conhece sai por cabo submarino ao redor do mundo. Aqui tem uma informação.
Here we have updated information on the submarine cable system. I am sharing with you what happens here in Brazil or what lands here in Brazil. So what do the blue areas mean and the yellow ones? The yellow ones mean that 24 years ago, 3 large submarine cable systems were in Brazil. One of them was a Mirage, and then there was another one, GlobeNet, and Global Crossing. They indicate the end of life, which is estimated at 25 years. But throughout these 25 years, we had technological evolution, and these cables responded well to it. I will give you an example of what I am aware of. The Sanlu cable has 4 fibers, and it was difficult for me to talk about it. I think Rogério is also here, sitting in the back row, and the SAM1 cable had an estimated capacity of 1.2 terabytes per second, but nobody could even conceive that. The access we had at home was 1 mega. It never even reached 10 megabits per second. And today, when I talk about the evolution of cables which had up to 48 wavelengths or blocks of 10 gigabytes per second could reach 2 terabytes per second. And this evolution went far beyond, and I can at least comment that one pair of fibers, through it, you have over 2 terabytes per second.
the cable's capacity, the cable capacity is much greater than what we had or what we expected 25 years ago. In blue, we see 16 submarine cable systems which tied up our network. Out of those 16, 10 of those, they reach Fortaleza. This is a point for caution. And why? To Fortaleza is great to have so many cables. Fortaleza is the second place in the world with the highest number of submarine cables. But what is the concern? There is a study group coordinated which had created the Brazilian Committee of Underwater Cables, and they are considering about new ways of landing or new places of landing. I don't believe that the people from several states will agree on removing their hubs from here. The Republic President's institutional office is very worried about that. GSI, Anatel, the Brazilian Marine had visited Fortaleza's hub to look for protection points or to understand the need to protect those sub cables. So there is this task force reaching for information like that. And in addition, who is after that? Recife. Submarine cables. Let's talk about the cable's ability. That changes with the tech evolution, and I will not talk about any specific cable, but their abilities will depend on the spacing they have between the repetitors, especially, the space between each one of the cables. A cable which has spacers every 60 kilometers may extract a much greater capacity than another cable which has their repetitors 100 kilometers away only. And there are international cables which are tied up to the Brazilian hub because any repetitor has one value. Before $1 million US, now they cost $4 million US. And also we have to think about the number of fibers pairs. We have some existing with 4 pairs, others with 6 pairs, 8 pairs, such as the bruises, and cables with 24 pairs of fibers. With 24 pairs, there is a new branch, which is a derivation. And then everything becomes more expensive. A repetitor nowadays, it costs around $1 million US for a cable of 24 pairs. Working on sub cables, it requires IBAMA's licensing, municipal license, and availability, boats availabilities, navigation. Some of you might know that there are 2 large companies that work with the Americas, which is Subcom, an American company, and Alcatel Submarine Networks. Those companies, they have 6 boats, and one of them, Subcom, is building up for Google cables. So we have fewer 3 boats. We are down in 3 boats. If we are down in 3 boats, ASN is the one that has to repair a cable or to build a new one. If there are no boats, in case of a repair, the repair time may be longer than what we would expect for. If there are no boats, construction may be postponed. As to new cables today, what do they announce? as of 3 to 4 years down the road. And what would be the level of occupancy of this cable, sub-cables? That has to do with the company's profitability. So anyone may, release a cable today and sell it to our partners. They are developed with a concept, not of a consortium, but of sales. And if they sell all their dark fibers, how can they negotiate? How can they become the business? How can they make the business profitable? So we are totally running out of those cables. And in some cases, to make business more profitable, to have an ROI, they propagate the sale of dark fibers or raised fibers. What do we have in terms of capacities? I participated at ITW, which is a commercial event, which addresses the new concept of cables, and cables announced for 3 years. I will let you know when that has been announced and when do they expect that for. Here in this chart, you see an annual growth about sub-cables investments. We expect that there will be investments of around $30 billion in optical fibers. How about the Americas? We forecast a growth of 13.5% over investments. Next, cables. What do we have? Although it's a public information, this optical area is a cable trajectory, which is a redesign of South America 1 cable. In the year 2000, they released a cable with 25 million in length, which is in the end of its life expectancy. And in 2021, partial redesign of this trajectory was designed. And just in 2023, they announced cable Tical's operations. It has been hired by the owner, by the state-owner company of the cables. And when are they RFS? 2026. Why? Because of cables manufacturers such as Prisma and Nexans, they are, fully booked. They expected to produce 10 million kilometers of cables annually, and they are with their production exacerbated, and there are no boats. 2026, that's the forecast for those cables. The new cable on a consortium, how many pairs of fibers? Well, cable Celia, which is the one here in the Caribbean, it leaves Florida, goes to Puerto Rico. Each one who is interested in a consortium has a certain amount of fibers capacity. So some might get 4, another one 2, somebody else 6 pairs. It varies. And that was announced during the Capacity Latam last March, April for 2027. And we are in 25. It's already been hired, but there are no boats to make the expedition. TAM1, Trans-American Fiber. Xterra, that is responsible for the production of those cables, 24 pairs.
tem uma extensão de 7.200 quilômetros.
7,200 kilometers in length, and it will be installed this year. It has already been embarked, and it's about to be dispatched soon.
Mas cabo que está surgindo,
But
CSN1
this is the cable CS1.
Conecta da Flórida até o Equador e tem diversas ramificações.
It connects from Florida to Ecuador, but for those ramifications, they have different pairs of fibers, 4, 8, 12 pairs. I don't understand that up to 24, but they have multiple types of fibers in this extension, but it depends about the concept.
Qual é o grande negócio anunciado recentemente pela Meta?
What has been announced recently by Meta?
Construir cabo de 50.000 quilômetros.
To build up a cable of 50,000 kilometers connecting 5 continents.
Deixa eu ver se eu consigo iluminar aqui. Acho que não. Acho que não. No Brasil, qual é a expectativa de chegada desse cabo?
In Brazil, what is the expectation of these cables? Fortaleza, once it discusses a new point of tidying up, the owner of this cable, which is Meta, is not defined yet. What is the constructor? Meta built up a cable called Anhana, which connects Meterbit American Eastern Coast with Spain. I've mentioned 2 constructors, one American and one French, but there are constructors, Chinese and Japanese, and they have their own market. We were talking about Anatel and some restrictions. FCC is American, Anatel American, does not accept, does not allow the link of subcables, especially electronics that get to a Chinese cable in the US. So ANEC managed to bring a new cable tidying up to the US that is a Japanese cable, not Chinese, but there are other market players. The Meta cable does not have a date, an initial date, but it does not take neither 1 year nor 2, especially because we're talking about 50,000 cables to be built. We know that the landing can be in Fortaleza. The list has some cables of 21 up to 30, including the Meta, which is Waterworth, also the ANEC cable, Carnival Submarine Network, I'm sorry, CSN1 and CSN2. They are all announced for 2026. So do you have an information of how many cables they are? 13 who were developed with a projection of 30. I was working up to 25, but 25 in the current year we are doing that, but not everything will take place this year. And why not? Because we don't have enough boats. The constructing companies are Subcon, SN, Xterra has their own boat and they build up repetitors, and ANEC, which was the first one I've mentioned. What sort of future investments for the coming years in Brazil? I don't know if you all know, but there are 2 meshes of subcables which belong to Petrobras, built by Blue Marine Telecom. That's a group, it's a company from the offshore scenario, but with providers from the former Chain and also providers from Patek. And as I have worked for telco companies and submarine cables, I was invited to generate business. I'm not here to advertise the Blue Marine, but just to say that they had built up 2 meshes, 1,500,000 kilometers of cables, and those proprietary cables, they are not present in the cable map, but they have their smart cable sensors. What's new? Blue Marine, there is a redesign of a cable, Santos to Rio de Janeiro. And why? Because these are the two hubs, the two strongest hubs of connectivity and data centers. Fortaleza exceeds the number of data in terms of volume, but big techs, yet they prefer and they request a cable between these two cities, Santos and Rio de Janeiro. And those legs, they aim to serve the offshore world. We are working with 150 kilometers, and our deadline is 2026. We have boats to landing in deep waters and also international waters. Boat Navy will be, after 3 months in Mexico, we stay in Brazil. A new cable request is not a repeated cable. Also, as a customer's request, there is no name, and it connects Fortaleza, Recife, and Salvador. Salvador has 2 submarine cables, one of them, OMX1, but the amount of traffic around Salvador requires an outflow. 2,100 kilometers long. If contracted, we believe that will be ready by 2026. A new cable, a new request. In the morning, we talked about that. There is a project of Vital, Fortaleza Salinópolis, which is another city. And we are working on this project. If this cable war happens, RFS will be 2028, after 2 to 3 years of operations. There is an announced cable by PACTEC in July 24, which is a cable from Fortaleza to Belém do Pará in the Amazon region. PACTEC made that announcement public. They're going to work together with a company from Peru. And there are at least 4 ongoing projects, and at least 3 of them have Fortaleza as their main hub. And after Blue Marine and its executive director, it was asked to the director, do you have any project from Fortaleza to Florida? No, we don't, but we can work on that. So there are some ongoing requests to leave Fortaleza arriving in Florida. What else in terms of new investments? There is a published announcement by Vital and by Meta to turn Rio Grande do Sul into the first connectivity of submarine cable, a connected southeast-south. The South region requested a cable, and we are working on an extension of the cable. Blue Marine will try to do it, but this is an ASN cable, and it will run around 200 kilometers to land in Balneário Pinhal, and then to have 100 kilometers of a terrestrial network.
Uma curiosidade que alguns têm, isso me suscitou também o Moreira, que é como é o desenho da Ela Link. Aqui,
How about Ela Link design?
Isso, mas é algo público, a gente pode comentar sobre isso.
Ela Link cable is public, and they released the first cable, not from the US. That was a governmental incentive, and it starts in Fortaleza. But the idea was to reach the French Guiana and then São Paulo. They are working on reaching French Guiana, and I read that it could even reach Maranhão state and Pará state. Maranhão would have arrival of sub-cables, and apparently this is the Brazilian state with the worst internet connectivity quality. This is an overview of what we expect from Blue Marine to build some of those cables, and we are behind this achievement. Santos Porto Alegre would be ASN, the extension São Luís to French Guiana would be ASN as well, but we are suggesting some sort of joint effort, as we have a boat that could help in that sense. The total investment is around $400 million US, and I'm just talking about cables, underwater cables. This is my contact information, and if you have any additional questions, I will be around. I'll be at your disposal. Thanks to IX.br and to this audience who heard me and let me share a little bit of this scenario. Thank you.
Temos 50 segundos, se alguém quiser fazer uma pergunta.
We have time for one question.
Ali, por favor.
Microphone, please.
Uma pergunta curta com uma resposta
short
curta,
question with a short reply.
É difícil.
Let's try. We cannot translate if the question is not asked in the mic, sorry. Now, yes, we can. RNP is releasing a sub-cable, probably in the first week of July, and it works on 20 kilometers linking São Luís to Alcântara, 48 fibers. Not 2020, I said. The availability and expectation study was carried out, the route, the environmental license is approved. It is small, but it's significant, because it's an island that is going to be crossed over with a optical fiber. Blue Marine is interested in getting into the market, expanding our performance. After being in the Capacity Latam, ITW, and now in the suboptical in Lisbon, all these events have helped us to become more popular and to attract more attention. The construction in the Amazon region, the three executives, they are in touch with them. Reaching Amazon region is of the whole country interest, and we are willing to learn, but working the fluvial is not easy. You know, working with installation and maintenance, that requires some more mature involvement, senior staff to help with this type of work. But there are some projects that are considering reaching Belém in Pará, which will represent a huge achievement. We have boats to install and implement cables in shallow waters, but in the fluvial, which are shallow waters, is not easy.
Rapidamente, hein?
Be quick, please. Good afternoon. Yes, last question. We don't have time for others. My name is Roberto Cavalcante. I'm CEO of Provinet, which is a regional carrier with 20 years experience. We have a small IDC in the beach of Futuro, and there is that problem of the salinization, which could hinder the ecosystem. How about the needs to create legislations that will protect the system of sub-cables? We know that there are legislations like that in other countries, but in Brazil, people just worry about that once that urgent problem that's no longer a problem was on. Thank you for your question. Very timely. I had the chance to be part of a discussion group while that important project to the capital of Ceará state, which was to produce drinking water, desalinized water, and submarine cable carriers for the first time got together. And such a meeting led, and the company who won the bid, after some years, it's after 5 years of the beginning of the bids, they changed the operation, the site of this plant. So they defined some protective zones, landing areas. And Telefônica, which is a Brazilian carrier, together we worked with the regulatory agencies to the maritime entities to help us protecting submarine cables. And this year, a deputy promulgated a bill which is under discussion. Some carriers, they have some critical points about the evolution of this project, but we are still discussing upon that project. And I advocate for a project like that, even though I am not at the cables carrier side, but Uruguay has this model, Australia as well. Some countries have, and we don't. So, in my opinion, this is an important project because it emphasizes what will benefit submarine cables companies, but there are some who are against some of those criteria that are in this bill, but that is being analyzed, discussed with the regulatory agencies, institutional agencies, and all other players. And even though I come from the constructor side, I also participate at this panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Apresentação realmente muito boa. Foi a primeira vez que o Romualdo teve aqui com a gente.
Excellent presentation. It was the first time Romualdo was here with us.
Haverá outros convites, com
We are
certeza.
going to have other invitations for sure. And now we have a presentation on the use of artificial intelligence to comply with RNP, and it's going to be given by Francisco Jr., manager of RNP.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde,
Good afternoon.
IX.br,
Good afternoon, IX.br. Thank you for the invitation. I'm here to talk to you once again. Today I'm going to talk about a different topic. I always talk about user experience. Today I'm going to focus on technology. We're going to talk about the impact of AI within the RNP compliance. I've worked there for almost 11 years with 60 people who take care of the whole RNP system. So they started looking at this ecosystem, this complex world, and we start asking ourselves, how can we improve the user experience in RNP? It is complex. So what is this universe? RNP has approximately 110,000 calls every year, and this was for last year. Today, we reach 12,000 per month, and therefore we're probably going to overcome this figure at the end of the year. And I'm not even talking about chatbots, because if we group these two numbers, we will be talking about approximately 160,000 calls every year, and this increased a lot after the pandemic, reaching almost an increase of 105%. And our team hasn't increased, it's remained stable. There's no way for you to grow in your organization, with your provider, in your company, with demand versus labor. If you grow like that, it's not feasible. We have to work with automation, and today we need to work with artificial intelligence. When we think about it, a lot of us forget about the very basics. Data. All of us have data today. It may be that you're not working with them, but you have them. And if we look at the data pyramid, we have data, we have information, knowledge, and wisdom. Many of us are only in the data and knowledge layer. We know who are the analysts providing services. We know what services are the greatest offenders, but then it ends there. So if you want to improve your service end to end, you need to understand your data. So it's not only having these magic numbers. I am sure that many of you receive different emails, different companies with artificial intelligence solutions, magic solutions. Oh, look, this solution is going to improve everything you do. It's going to solve all of your problems. Without data, you can't do anything. Artificial intelligence is, yes, an excellent tool, but without its feel, which is data, it's not going to provide you any information. We must understand that the data you already have available are essential for any solution. And so, before looking at any artificial intelligence tool, before looking at any automation you want to solve, ask yourself, what is the problem I want to solve? The solution is not on artificial intelligence. It's not on automation. And then we try to improve problems. The focus is not to implement artificial intelligence. Rather, it is to solve the problem. And so, then we look at this RNP scenario, this revolution we've had in RNP. RNP, in addition to connectivity, which is our main service, we look at connectivity as 70% of our demands, but we have other services available in our portfolio. We have web conference services. We have a very special project. It's called Internet Brazil. It is a project where we take SIM cards to children and adolescents. In other words, taking the internet to the mobile of children and teenagers so that they can study. But this approach must be totally different than that for a technical analyst. And so with different communication means, we have different channels, we must have solutions for different audiences. And we have different services. Each service has its peculiarity. I'm going to take my glasses off. I'll tell you something. I've had it for 2 days only, and I'm not used to them. It's not working for me. Anyway, there are different specificities and special services with RNP. Each service is specific. Each service has its own challenges, and therefore you must understand it. Generalizing your client, generalizing your service is an error. And I will give you an example. Today, we have different generations. They are your clients. We have generations which prefer to open a call via email. We have generations which prefer to use chatbot, WhatsApp, but we have generations which still prefer to call you using their phone. We have generations who do not know anything about the internet, and it will be difficult for them to learn. So today we have something very specific. You will say, okay, in my company, in my provider, this is my solution, this is the only channel I have, and this is the only way I talk to my clients. So you have to be closer to our users. RNP has services for children and also for teachers, professors, PhDs, and we have to deal with this whole array of clients. Once again, I'm changing here, but when we look at our data, your base is critical. It will include 3 actual parameters: accuracy, coherence, and utility. I will repeat it: accuracy, coherence, and utility. So if your base is not updated and is not something very serious in your company, you're not going to have accuracy or coherence, and you're not going to be useful, and you will not have any credibility for your services. And so the first question is not going to have an adequate answer. For the second one, you're not going to have an adequate answer. And then for the third one, they give up on you. Every time I ask and they don't answer, I lose trust. Knowledge base is essential for AI.
a gente tem o IPzinho. O que é o IPzinho?
And then we have an IP.
Mais para frente, em 2023, o melhor chatbot do Brasil.
IPzinho was considered the best chatbot in Brazil. And why? Because started with OpenAI in 2019, based on a need to comply with all of our user characteristics. Adolescents. And then we have users who want to use chatbots.
Em 2019 não tinha OpenAI, como todos nós sabemos. Nós usamos IBM Watson.
We've used it. We started actually with IBM Watson. And for those of you who are not familiar, the concept was totally different. It was a Q&A concept. It was a fact, and our knowledge base included more questions, more answers. The more, the better the chatbot would be. And then we started developing an infinite database of Q&A. And then we included another functionality. They were looking for it in our database. And then, November 22, OpenAI came in with ChatGPT. I remember as if it were today. Amanda, our IA analyst, showed it to me in November 22. She said, "Hey, boss, there's a new solution. It's amazing." What do you mean amazing? Well, you ask a question and it will answer you. And I said, "Any question?" So I asked a question, a silly one, and it answered, and it wasn't like a very short answer. I just wanted to test it, and that was in November 22. I said, "Okay, let's go ahead and test it." We did that, and in April 23, we already had OpenAI. We had an API of ChatGPT in our base. In April 23, people were still discovering it, but we already had an AP. That was our base. And consequently, when we look at IPzinho, which received the best award for best chatbot in Brazil. And why? Because in May 23, we were one of the first companies, I don't know whether in Brazil only, but maybe even in the world, to use OpenAI. So when everybody was concerned about humanization or using ChatGPT, we already had our own ChatGPT with OpenAI. So there's one essential thing here. We need to be curious and less judgmental. Curiosity will allow us to be creative. Based on creativity, we will have innovation. And if you want to be innovative, you must be creative. You must be curious. Curiosity in 22. That girl who asked me to try it, and the courage to try it. Remember when it started in 23 in Italy, for example, Italy prohibited its use. There are different questions, and to this day, people have questions. And why? Because they're curious. The most important AI stockholder is Microsoft. If you use 365, there's no difference, and then you would say, "Okay, but I use ChatGPT for free." Yeah, but if you go there and you look at the setup, they ask you to use your data to train ChatGPT, and you say no, and then it will not use your data. So sometimes we have barriers, but we must be curious. In 24, we did not win the prize because you cannot compete 2 years in a row. But this year, we're going to compete again. Remember, I went from IBM Watson with a Q&A mode. Generative IA led to different gains. For example, when you ask something, it even corrects Portuguese errors. With generative AI, you can even have a Portuguese error that it will be able to correct it. Also, different languages, Portuguese, Spanish, and English. With OpenAI or generative AI, I don't need to have that anymore. Our base can be only in Portuguese, and if the client says, okay, I want you to answer me in Chinese, it will. I don't even have to translate my base. In the past, and I'm talking about 4 years ago. So 4 years ago, this was very complicated. We had different bases, different languages, but today, any language will be automatically translated, keeping a history. So if you go back to WhatsApp and to the chat with IPzinho, it will remember what you were talking about. So this is complex. There are different elements that generative AI helps us with. At the end of the day, there's one thing that I always say when I talk about AI or client journey. Do you like the service that your provider delivers to your client? Have you ever tested your chatbot? Have you ever called your provider at 2 a.m.? You have to try it. All chefs prove or taste actually the meals that they make. Why don't you? 83% of our digital channels have an INPS of 4.4. 83%. So I will now talk about some technical characteristics. And then it works with vectors. It's mathematical. And that's why we have hallucinations. It has to do with probability. And then you ask, well, write a poem on church, and it will come and say, well, every time people speaks about a church, we know that there is a priest, maybe a saint, a candle, but there's no barbecue, there's no beach. And then it starts with probability, whatever is closer to that word. And it will create a text based on it. So what do? We have all of our base. It is vectorized. It goes from letters and it is transformed into numbers. And of course, the words will be there when translated, but the base includes numbers. When the question comes to you, we need to vectorize them. When somebody asks us a question, we go to the base. And then the next one, we will process. Look at what is closer to it, and then you deliver the answer to the client. Generative AI, the whole database will be vectorized. And there are some differences. I will give you an example. If somebody asks you, what does coffee mean? I had told you that it would get a base, a Q&A, and then you inform of what you found. You could have a text there with a Q&A. But today, when we ask, what is coffee? It will give me a context. So we had to change all of our base. when we had IBM Watson until 23, we had hundreds of thousands of Q&A. We threw everything away. From now on, we have context. We have to include a text as if it were a guideline. If you ask a question, it won't work, really. So we had to change our whole base. We reached almost 200,000 questions. We went back to text as if it were a guideline for the service. And this is what we have to do. But how does it work in practice? So when we look at it, and in the past, when somebody worked, what is the size of your data package? It is 20 gigabytes. But this, when somebody asks you what is the size of your package, the size is 20 gigabytes. It's not cumulative and it's not renewable. There is a better context. Remember what I told you about the vectors?
Aquele texto ali, o pacote de dados, ele, na verdade, é um vetor dentro do banco de dados. E ele tem um embed dentro do banco de dados. E ali, se você olhar aqui embaixo, não dá para enxergar.
And then if you look at the bottom here,
mas ali embaixo tem uma tabela, e aquela tabela
you will see a table. And it has a methodology using the database. The whole text.
Deixa eu ver aqui na frente. Deixa eu ver se eu volto aqui. Não, é lá na frente, eu vou mostrar a comparação.
Well, I will show you a comparison. Our whole database is vectorized. And then we also have technology. So we have our base, we have an API. I used it to be the front end. It will make the communication with Watson and ChatGPT. And then you ask myself, but haven't you just said that you no longer use Watson? No, I didn't say that. In the past, it was only Watson. Today, we use it, but we have other options. Sometimes people just want service. And what is best? OpenAI or Watson? Then I would say it is IBM Watson. For prefixed conditions, IBM is still much better. So what do? The question comes to us, Watson identifies it, and I say, well, is it an intention? Do you want to open a call or a complaint? Oh, yes, and then it will be sent to a different pathway, an automation pathway. No, it's not an intention, it's a question. And then we obtain information, go to ChatGPT, and return with the answer. Everything is based on generative AI. And why? Because we have to know what the intention of our clients is. And then we consult different links. There are different things that we can do. They open a form. And then you include data in the WhatsApp. And then the client experience is much better. And now I open a form in WhatsApp.
Agradável para o cliente. E aí, lembra que eu falei, chegou a comparação que eu queria. Quando alguém faz uma pergunta, a minha internet acabou, posso fazer recarga, o que ele faz? Ele pega essa pergunta, transforma em vetorização.
Then they get this question, transform into vectorization, and try to get to the product and escalate. And that is probably the best answer to be given to the client.
Faz todo o processo de desvetorização e entrega para o cliente. Então, nós estamos falando de vetorização e produto
escalar. So we're talking about vectorization and escalating the project.
E aí vem.
And then,
como eu falei, maior produto escalar,
as I mentioned before,
então, aí eu falei o contrário, né? Antes. Quando a gente olha
when we
exemplo aí, ó,
look at this
caso o
example,
pacote de dados do programa
in case
acabe, a conexão será
the
suspensa.
package ends,
Deverá
connection
aguardar
will
até o
be
início do próximo mês.
discontinued and
Traz
students will
uma
have to wait
similaridade
until
maior
the
para aquela
upcoming
situação,
month.
baseado naquela pergunta
And
lá, ó.
so, based on that
Posso fazer
question,
recarga?
it
O produto escalar
gives
traz com a maior
an answer,
similaridade
escalates
e a
the
resposta é
product,
então,
and this is the
mudou
answer.
totalmente o conceito
So the whole
de
concept
IA a partir
of
dos 22.
AI
A gente
changed
saímos
totally after
criou, então,
22.
várias perguntas, criações de FAQs para vetorização com produto escalar. Essa é uma pergunta que o usuário pode fazer, o sistema vai responder, tá? É a construção do script, então essa construção do script é fundamental. Deixa eu ver se tem aqui. Ó, essa construção do script é fundamental, sabe para quê? Para diminuir
So knowing the script is essential so that we can decrease hallucinations. Look at it. When you create your chatbot, you will do something like this. You are a virtual assistant of a national research network. And so when you do not have the base, when you are not familiar with the base, you will say, okay, apologize me, but I'm not aware of this, or I don't know the answer. So if you have the technology and you say, okay, you were created for this and this is what you can do. This is something we do today.
A partir do momento que você cria agente, você você
So
coloca
you create an agent with information inside. So you're an agent. For example, I tried this as an exercise with Vicente. Sometimes it took us some days to create a TR, and so what did? We got 10 of them, input them in ChatGPT, and said, okay, from now on, you will be our TR's creators, and you can only use them. You cannot create anything outside this world.
Algum elemento técnico, você precisa usar esses modelos e me entregar. Então, algo que a gente antigamente
So something that in the past took us 2 or 3 days is done in seconds.
Todo assistente virtual, ele está ali para te ajudar.
So the virtual assistant is there to help, but not to replace you.
Mas algo que a gente demorava antes,
but something that used to take us 3 or 4 days takes us 30 minutes today. For example, I have to review all of the settings, all of the parameters. So pay attention. There are important points here. You know those SLA reports that you have to obtain sometimes, or data that you need to obtain? Well, use AI. I'm not talking about ChatGPT. There is an AI called Manus, and it's wonderful for data. MANUS, that's the name. It is amazing. Try it out. You have a giant report that you need to work with. So do it there and just enter your data, summarize what is happening in the report, and I guarantee that what would take you hours to do will be delivered in seconds to you. Sometimes I give lectures to public agencies. Contracts that took years to be made, or hours and hours, days and days to look at a report. Today, they can do it in seconds. And look at this TR here. These are the indicators. This is the information. Look at them and tell me if there's anything which is unusual. And so we have to understand that using this input is essential. The better your question, the better your answer. It's no use to provide a poor input and then blame the AI. it will hallucinate, but probably your question was not a good one. The better your question, the better your answer. The more technical your question, the more technical your answer. What is the best image that you're going to create? Mine or the one from a professional photographer? You say, okay, I want a photo on the beach, under the sun, by a palm tree. A professional photographer will know what the parameters involved are. So we need to have technical questions, quality questions, which will make a difference. If you ask a simple question, you will have a simple answer. And the quality of your response will be this. We have some slides. I looked outside. Remember what I said? I will now show you what we're doing inside. Curatorship. All our calls are recorded. Probably yours as well. In the past, we had the quality team, which analyzed the quality of our calls. In the past, this was done by sampling. Out of 100 calls, actually, out of every 100,000 calls, I would screen 500. Today, we transcribe the audio, analyze the message, and then based on it, there is a classification of feeling. With those results, that's delivered to our quality team, and they will say, okay, I want you to analyze this because there's something which is unusual. I will have a technical analysis by the system, and then a report will be delivered with all of the different calls, with a feedback from analysts, or feedback so that I can understand what happened and why. Remember when I talked about your calls, I'm sure that you record them. So transcribing audio is something that we've had for a long time, very long time. And then give it to ChatGPT. Say, hey friend, analyze feelings for me here. And then it will analyze whether the client liked it or not, if the quality was good or not, and then it will hallucinate and you can adjust that. But something that would take us many hours and a lot of people to have sampling, today we can look at the whole universe and be more specific, looking inside.
Now I got just the past 3 months figures, February to May, 8,000 single contacts. So these figures, they aim to show you the price. So you spend a lot of money with chatbots, yes. Almost 270,000 messages, only 17% of our services are transferred to humans, and we have a retention of 83%, which is extremely high. Blip. This is our front end. No, not front end, he corrects himself. Omni-channel. Single channel, actually. It's called Blip. This is the price we pay monthly in BRLs. Watson, 715 BRLs monthly. WhatsApp, this is the standard price. And the Meta guy is over there, 59 cents per message. AI model. AI is expensive. Well, it depends. We use a ChatGPT 3.5 and 4.0, but that is the average price, 2.50 per 1,000 tokens and 5,000 per 1 million, not 1,000, 1 million. 1 million tokens is approximately to 1,000 words. I think that's what he said. Our monthly cost expenditure is around 15,000 BRLs. This is the best RNP solution. Why is it so cheap? because we are pioneers and we have internal solution, in-house solution. Remember, I told you that we started back in 2019, where we bought all those solutions that are where we have competence to do that. We have curiosity. We have know-how to do that in-house. And that's why we are in the forefront with a very low price.
Olhando para dentro ainda, a gente tem uma funcionalidade muito boa chamada, a gente não queria falar.
We have a good feature called Copilot.
Atualmente a gente está usando uma ferramenta chamada Top Desk.
And we use a tool called Top Desk ITSM. Today's Top Desk, who knows tomorrow? Our Top Desk has all data and all information available. Once we have a new client or a call, either due to a monitoring or a client, someone in the top desk will get the call, the request, goes to our history and knowledge base, and suggests to our service and solution analysts a solution. The client wants this. Well, the monitoring system said that the solution we are going to give you is this. Do you want to follow? Yes, I do. Or no, yes, I don't. Why not? And our success rate is of 98%. That is highly automated now. We do not increase our labor due to automation.
Essa aqui tem a ver muito com os nossos projetos. Dentro da RNP, a diretoria do Eduardo Grisente, que é a mesma.
Within RNP, we have over 800 projects just for network engineering. Due to the high complexity level. What is the main difficulty in our project history? To get a certain information about project X, Y, Z. Well, that takes a while. So now we have a project history where we standardize the data. And from now on, regardless if you are using Excel, notes, whatever, everyone will use now SharePoint. The first automation phase is data is standardized. Now everyone using the same standards. Remember that we had a IP chatbot? That was a success, and then we thought, if we have a chatbot that will take to project database and allows me that information. We created Tadeu. Tadeu is a corporate intelligence. For instance, they want some information about Infovia Alagoas. Before, you have to send an email, call someone. Now we just type Info Alagoas, and then I can get a report, whatever information I need about that site. I'm going to send the email to my director about Infovia Alagoas, and then what's the email? They already submit the message. What I would ask my project office about, and they would take a few hours to give me the information. Now, in a few seconds, I get that information shared by the system. Why? Because years ago, I standardized information, data, applied the technology, and now this is the end result. Anytime we talk about automation, users' experiences, AI, data is key for that. And we do have it. You have just to know how to interpret data, how to put yourself on your client's shoes, and to ask the proper questions. There is no, magic bullet. So we have the best recipe, data. Understand them. I'm pretty sure that your clients will appreciate it. And what's next? We still have some challenges because we have over 300 calls done daily. 2 providers. We have to call providers. Listen, my internet dropped, or open a call. We are releasing our first pilot where we are going to have AI automation and monitoring data. I have providers data. I'll have all the data in-house in a chatbot of the IP. It's a woman's voice, and it opens a call automatically. We cannot do that for 400 providers, but if I get at least those 20 providers with the largest demand, I will solve half of my problems. I'll have one automation. It's not AI, okay? We're going to have one automation, and once a call is received by the monitoring system, they will understand and they will call the provider to call that request, to add the number to the origin message, and then say, there is a problem, I call for a request, and that's the request. This is our goal. We want to reduce 300 calls to 150 calls. And if I manage to automate all of that, I may improve providers as well. There is a robot here, so let's put a robot here. Or 2. Let's automate and use human beings for more intelligent jobs. AI is not the future, it is the present. You have to know how to use AI, from people's human resource management to you name it. This week I got 20 curriculums. Then I say, look, I have 20 curriculums, and this is my demand. Give me the 5 best curriculums, and then I just take a look, and that's it. I select the next person to work with me. I wrote this ebook, 150 pages, about customers' experience. This is my LinkedIn and the QR code. If you'd like to get a copy of this digital book, send me a message and I will send one to you. Those who are provider owners and work directly with your customers, you have to understand that we are no longer talking about service only, but customers' experience. I would like to thank IX.br for the invitation. Do we have time for questions? I don't think so.
Faz a pergunta logo, antes que ele suba.
Pode ou não, Moreira? Eu sou o Fernando Frediani. Obrigado pela palestra.
Thanks for your talk. My name is Fernando. Productivity gain and efficiency that we may grab with AI, and that seems your case, but I guess it can just be, but I guess there are some side effects associated to that. I've seen some companies integrated AI or the so-called AI, because some people, they call chatbot as AI, and a chatbot is not an AI, not at all. And the client is talking to AI, to the chatbot, and it's not being effective. It's not solving their problems, and they are not able to find a way to talk to a human being. Even if you go in the chat where you interact, and if you write down, I would like to talk to a human being, that is just impossible. I don't know if that is on purpose or not, but there is a resistance from those who implemented that system, or not letting the clients to get to a person, to a human. What is the balance between the client to have the right to be answered by a human or not? And is it mandatory to go through a screening AI or chatbot system before that customer is answered by a human person? But at least an option is required. They want to reach a human if they think they'll be better answered. You know, all innovations have their side effects.
Só que essa particularidade de as pessoas terem a oportunidade de falar diretamente com o humano
And
é fundamental.
people having the chance to talk to human, that's is key. If you call our office, a human being will answer immediately. Or you have an option. Would you like to talk to an analyst? Once you decide that you want to use a chatbot with AI or not, and you want to understand your data, if they're precise with the coherence, sometimes they just, release a solution with no quality. Consequently, they are going to lose your customer immediately for someone who's got a better solution. So before you launch a solution in the market, you have to test it as an owner of the company. If as a client, if you don't like that solution, as an owner of the company, probably your customer won't like either. So before you create, test, look at it, first human. At least give an option to them to talk to a human person. Otherwise, the customers will turn to another company. For example, I use in my home a local provider because I can talk directly to a person. Before I had a large provider and it was horrible, and I prefer talking directly to a person. Yes, maybe the goal of those managers is not to serve the client effectively, but simply to save.
Oi, gente, de novo. Tenho 3 perguntas, são bem técnicas em relação
I have 3 technical questions about the use and the migration of the Watson's idea to OpenAI or any other type of model. As far as I understood, you are using OpenAI.
Lá do Watson, vocês fizeram algum tipo de tradução direta do que vocês já tinham?
Have you directly translated from what you had, IBM, Watson? How was that process? Transition process from Watson's to the type of questions that you had on your menu with the new data to give to put that into context to AI. What were the embeds that you used?
E perguntar mais uma coisa. As KPIs que vocês utilizaram
and your KPIs
o bot, além
to
da
test the
tempo de resposta e
botnet.
avaliação de usuários, teve mais outras? Tá bom.
Primeiro, a gente saiu de uma FAQ de, igual eu falei,
Well,
centenas de perguntas
we had hundreds of
mesmo.
frequently asked
Então, a
questions
dificuldade foi,
to a
depois que eu
manual.
joguei o IBM Watson, que a gente usa o IBM Watson, mas
We
jogou
use
aquela base de
IBM
dados,
Watson,
e a
but
gente
we
utiliza a
threw that
metodologia
away
K7,
and we created a new methodology called
Essa metodologia é uma metodologia
KCS.
mundial de
This is a
conhecimento de
worldwide
base,
methodology
a gente utiliza
of
ela,
knowledge
e ela
base,
tem um conceito, como se
KCS.
fosse um manual.
And it looks like a manual. We have a curator to this database. We have also processes that will enhance this knowledge base. So our focus is not even technology, but the quality of data in that database. Technology is the smallest element, but to feed data is what really makes a difference. And your last question, KPIs, there are several. We have average response, average return, but there is a strong setting like that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Francisco. Let me state very clear to ChatGPT and Skynet that I do not agree with these criticisms against AIs. No, I'm kidding. Watson as well. Okay, let's have a coffee break. We are running 20 minutes late, but we are going to have 30 minutes break because it's important that you have time for networking and to talk to our sponsors. So, shall be back in 30 minutes, both on site and remotely. Same link, okay? Even after our coffee break. Thank you.
Vamos retornando agora do intervalo para dar seguimento ao IX Forum Fortaleza.
We're going to move on with the Fortaleza IX Forum.
Vamos lá.
So let's move
Agora
on.
nós vamos ter a
We
apresentação
will have
do
a
Fábio
presentation
Pessoa Nunes,
by Fábio Pessoa
do IX.br,
Nunes
sobre a
from
implantação do segmento
IX.br,
routing
and that's going to
no
be
IX.br
about
e updates.
the
Então,
implementation
Fábio,
of
pode
segment
chamar,
routing.
tá?
So please come to the podium.
Bom, boa tarde, pessoal. Meu nome é Fábio, eu sou
Good
coordenador
afternoon.
de
I am
sistemas
Fábio.
da
I am a coordinator
IX.br.
of the system network
Eu
of
vou falar pouquinho para
IX
vocês sobre
VR,
nossa
and I will
implementação
talk
do
to you a
segmento
little
routing
bit
de vocês,
about
nossas redes, como
our
funciona, na verdade, o
implementation
segmento
in the
routing, nossa
networks,
motivação,
routing, our motivation, and
está essa implementação
how
efetivamente,
this
ok?
implementation is
Vou
taking
começar
place
pouquinho
these
pela
days.
o que é o SRVC, o
I
segment
will
routing, né?
start with a segment
Segment
routing.
é um
Segment
paradigma,
routing
uma forma
is
diferente de
a
pensar o
paradigm
você
and
faz
a
o
different
roteamento já
way
baseado na
to
origem,
consider what
certo?
you do, and
Então,
it's
o nó de
based on
origem,
the
ele vai escolher
origin.
o caminho da
So
rede
it's going to
e vai
choose the
inserir
pathway of the
segmentos ou
network, and it will
instruções.
include segments
Então,
or
falar o que
instructions
deve ser feito com aquele
which
pacote,
will
caminhos que ele deve
talk
seguir,
about the
e o que deve ser
package, the
uma ação que
different
deve ser tomada
pathways,
com
and what should be
aquele
done.
tráfego, certo? Então, o segmento em si é uma
And
instrução
so
que a gente
the
coloca nesse
segment
pacote.
itself is an
Essa instrução
instruction
pode ser
included in the
caminhar até
package.
determinado nó,
We could say,
ou
okay,
encaminhe até
move to a
essa interface
certain knot,
específica,
or
ou
follow this specific
faça o
interface, or
desencapsulamento e entregue esse
encapsulate,
tráfego para uma aplicação
deliver traffic
determinada. Tá?
to
Então,
a
é uma instrução
specific
que eu estou dando para o pacote.
application. It is an instruction I'm giving the
Bom,
package.
no segment routing, eu tenho a definição
In the
de
routing
segment identifier, é o
segment,
SID,
and actually in
que
segment
realmente
routing,
é
I have
essa
the segment
identificação
definition.
da instrução. Tá? E essa instrução ela pode
This
ser
is where
representada por
the
labels,
instruction is
LBS,
included, and it may
ou
be
por o endereço
represented
IPv6,
by labels or
Então, cada pacote que eu estou
MPS.
transmitindo na rede vai
Each
conter uma
package in the
lista
network
desses
will
seeds,
include a list
que
of
vão
these
indicar essas
SIDs.
instruções.
They will
Mas,
indicate the
apesar de eu ter
instructions,
toda essa lista de instruções,
but
apenas
even though I have a
seed vai
whole
ser
list of
o seed
instructions,
que está
only
ativo no
one of
momento e
them
o
will be
seed que
the
estou
active one at the
executando aquela
time and the
ação
one
em
that
específico.
I'm using for that specific action.
Conforme o passar o
And
encaminhamento do tráfego na rede,
depending on the
tem ações
traffic in the
básicas que eu
network,
faço
there
com
are
esses
basic
segmentos,
actions
com esses
I
identificadores. Eu
have with
posso
these
definir
identifiers.
novos
I
segmentos
can
ou
include new
apenas continuo
segments.
processando aquele segmento para
I
ir para
continue
o próximo nó, ou
processing,
até eu descarto, eu já
or
completou
I even
aquela
discard
ação e vou para o
the
próximo
action.
segmento para ver o que eu devo fazer na próxima ação, tá? Esses segmentos, eles são distribuídos pela rede através do
These
protocolo
segments are
do roteamento
distributed
que a
in the
gente
network.
utiliza, tá? E a gente associa esses segmentos a um nó específico, a um prefixo da rede daquele nó, uma interface de
So we
adjacência
have
para
a
serviço que eu tenho daquele
prefix
nó
that
específico.
is specific to the network or something which represents
Então,
them all.
basicamente, aqui, se a gente olhar
Basically,
na nossa
if we
estrutura aqui,
look
eu vou dar um exemplo
at
meio
the
básico de
figure,
como
and I will give you
seria
a
esse
basic
encaminhamento na rede.
example of
Então, ali no
how
nó 1,
this
eu estou
would
tentando
work in the
enviar, eu
network.
quero enviar sempre um
I
pacote para
I
o
want
7.
to send a
Então, isso aqui é uma
package
instrução
to number
básica, um
7.
encaminhamento básico.
If I
Eu
want
quero que esse
basic
tráfego seja
instructions, I
encaminhado
will
pelo
say,
melhor
okay,
caminho que
I
tiver
want
até 7.
traffic to
Isso.
be
Então, pelo caminho
forwarded
verde ali, a gente pode ver, eu
all the way
coloquei
until 7. You can see the green
seed apenas
pathway. I
daquele
included
pacote, falei,
only
caminhe
one
para
set in the
ache o melhor
package.
caminho e encaminhe
So
o
it will
GP
find the
para essa
best
função
route,
que ele tem que fazer. Então,
and
ele
then
vai
it will
achar o melhor
play its
caminho,
role.
tudo bem. Já pelo caminho vermelho, eu quero falar, não, eu quero que esse pacote vá para 7, mas antes ele passe por 2 e em seguida passe por 4. Então, vocês podem ver que eu adicionei logo na entrada ali
And you
3
will see
instruções.
that in the
3.
beginning, I
Então, primeiro,
added 3
quero que ele passe por
instructions.
2. Então,
Number
meu
1,
primeiro
I want it to go
segmento
through
ativo vai
number
ser o 2.
2.
Então,
The first
primeiro
active
é 4.
segment is going to be
Em
number
seguida,
2.
4 e
The
7.
first
Mas essa primeira
action
ação
will
aí,
have
o
4 and
segmento
7,
ativo,
but the first
vá
action
até
is
2.
an
Então,
active
ele vai
segment.
achar o melhor caminho para 2,
It
logo
will
chegou no
find
2,
the path route, and then when it
esse
goes to
pacote era para 2,
2, it will find the path
essa
route.
instrução, vou remover
I
essa
follow
instrução,
this
vou executar a minha
instruction,
próxima
I
instrução.
remove
Qual é a
it,
minha próxima
and will
instrução?
execute the
Próxima
next
instrução, ir
instruction.
até
And
4.
which one is
Bom,
it?
o
It
segmento
is
ativo é o
go
4, então eu vou
to
achar o
4.
melhor caminho até
I
4.
will find the
Então,
best
eu achei o
route
melhor
to
caminho
4.
ali por
It found the
3,
best
por 5,
route
chegou em 4.
through
Chegou em
3
4,
and
4 é
5
4.
and got
Essa
to
instrução é para
4.
mim, era para chegar até a mim.
So this
Então,
instruction was supposed to
posso
reach me.
descartar aquela instrução 4.
So I can
Ou, para minha
discard
próxima
instruction
instrução, que é
number
7,
4,
achar o melhor caminho para 7, encaminhe esse pacote. Então, eu
and then
coloquei
I
uma lista
forward
de
the
segmentos
package.
nesse pacote que me indicou como eu deveria fazer esse
And
encaminhamento.
then in this
Tá?
package, I can
Bom, então eu
see
vou partir
what
então
has to be
direto
done with
como eu
this
disse anteriormente,
routing.
tem a opção
And I
de
will
usar o
move on
segment routing
straight.
com MPLS, com o segment routing com IPv6. Eu vou focar mais aqui na parte do próprio IPv6, tá? Então, o que é o segment routing V6? Então, basicamente, é IPv6. Tráfego IPv6, tá? Então, o CID, o identificador, é armazenado
SID,
no
the
próprio cabeçalho do
identifier
pacote IPv6,
is
tá? Então, eu
stored in
assumo
the
que qualquer tráfego que eu tiver
package.
num pacote IPv6,
If I
eu vou
have
colocar essas
traffic,
informações
and I will
dentro do
include
pacote,
the SID
dentro do
information
cabeçalho
inside the
IPv6,
package,
tá?
and
Então, inicialmente, se foi definido
initially,
um identificador
it was
seria endereço
defined
IPv6 completo, né,
that
192
an
bits,
identifier would
que
have a
são as
complete
primeiras
IPv6 address,
especificações do protocolo, mas aí se viram que para cada
128
instrução eu tenho que
bits,
adicionar 108
and
bits
after
em
each
IPv6.
instruction, I have to
No
add
cabeçalho,
128
eu ia
bits.
adicionar overhead muito grande.
Then I would have, if I
Meu
did
tráfego.
that, I would
Então,
have a lot of overhead in my traffic.
nas próximas especificações, o que foi definido é o conceito de microSID. Então, o mesmo endereço IPv6 completo, agora eu divido ele em várias microinstruções que vão me dar várias instruções do que fazer na rede, tá? Então,
It will give
hoje,
me
eu
instructions on what to do in the network. Today, a complete IP, I see it as a container where I carry different instructions, and then I will execute each one of the instructions separately.
Então, a primeira coisa que eu
How does
faço
it
quando eu
work?
vou
The first thing I do
o SRv6, eu defino
with
locator. Locator seria basicamente
SVR6
daquele nó
is use it as an identifier of the knot in the network. This locator is disseminated to the network. Everyone will have information on what the instruction is so that I can reach the knot. And with the header I'm showing you 0132, we have a block where I'm removing or obtaining all of my destinations.
É o identificador para chegar naquele nó em específico, o locator dele, tá? O endereço dele na rede, digamos assim, tá? Então, como eu estou anunciando esse locator para a rede no meu IGP, qualquer outro nó dentro do meu IGP vai saber que para chegar no endereço FDEE 0040132, na verdade, vai saber que esse IP, esse barra
And we
48...
will know that this /48 will represent the specific NOT of the network.
Mesmo os nós que não falam SRv6, eles vão ter essa informação desse barra 48 na rede e vão saber chegar o tráfego até esse destino. Tá? Então, eu vou tentar explicar melhor isso no próximo exemplo. Então,
and I will specify it in the next example. So getting the same example I already had,
da forma geral lá, eu quero mandar
in general terms, I want to send a traffic of 1 to 7 going through 2 and 4 once again, the best pathway. And then when I get to my package of 1, I will add all of the knots, and then we have a definition of the black, and you will know how to get to this 48. So I define knot number 2, and then we have the locator of F and D, and this is announced. The GP knows this route, is familiar with it. So we're going to follow the route of the package.
Eu quero, de novo, essas 3 instruções. Passe por 2, passe por 4 e vá até 7. Então, eu adicionei ali no meu... Chegou o meu pacote, eu adicionei o cabeçalho IPv6, meu endereço de origem é o roteador 1.
And then my address of origin is router 1, then we have 4 and 7. So once I receive package 1, it will look for my router, the route for me to get to that address. It doesn't have an address such as FDBAA 00247, but it does have another address.
O match melhor que ele dá, né, no prefixo na tabela de roteamento, então ele vai caminhar aquele tráfego para 2. A hora que aquele tráfego chega em 2, ele vê, bom, beleza, é um tráfego para mim, para o meu roteamento, então é uma instrução para mim. Então, o que ele faz? Ele remove aquele microseed, aqueles 16 bits do IPv6, né, faz um shift, traz a instrução do 4 como ativa e remove aquela instrução 2. Aí ele vai fazer o encaminhamento agora para o 4. Então, 4, mesma coisa. Então, agora, beleza.
With 4, it is the same. So how do we get there? How do we get to 4 or to 004, 007? The best match we have is with the route I have in my table for 4/48. So I find the best route. And the most interesting thing is that not 13 and 15 they don't have to understand. They will just forward it to where they know that not number 4 is located.
Do endereço ali no cabeçalho e colocar a instrução 7 como a instrução ativa. E, novamente, ele vai pegar a melhor rota 7 e encaminhar esse serviço. Tá? Mas aí, assim, a gente pode pensar lá, como a gente viu lá atrás, são 6 instruções ali dentro do container, né, que eu posso colocar. E se eu precisar de mais instruções? Né? E se eu for fazer uma engenharia de tráfego maluca aí que eu preciso de mais instruções? Então, a definição do Segment Routing Header que eu posso adicionar
we have a router segment, a router
que serão as próximas instruções a serem
where the next instructions will be included.
Eu vou executar todas as instruções que
I will execute all of them in my destination address. When they are concluded, I will add the additional SH are, I will include it in the destination address and continue this process naturally.
Tá, mas como eu falei, a gente está anunciando
as I said, we are announcing these functions and these behaviors of what the router has to do. I tell the network what that identifier means, that microSID I am announcing in the network. There's a complete table which was defined, and we have the codes for the functions that I can use with a package. And so every time I advertise in the network using my IGP or BGP, I have to indicate what I want it to do. In the case of locators, IGP point or the interface or even a service of LPN. So I can say when I receive this package, it is associated with a domain. I will encapsulate it. So I am already informing the network. If you send traffic with this SID to me, I will understand it as follows, and I will indicate exactly what to do with it. So what can we send to this specific NOT so that it does what we want it to? In our case of, we have an IVPN ELAN. There are two components here, IGP, which will redistribute the locator, in this case 1 and 2, each one of them will indicate its own locator, slash 148 to 248. Then I have IGP. It will distribute the microSIDs of the service I'm using for the network. And so, as you can see there, we have one route. We will include the instruction, and it really says, okay, when somebody sends me a package with this segment, I will remove it and have a backup in my table. And so this information was announced. When they receive the information, they know exactly how to send the package to a specific domain. I can have an overlay based on these microsegments. I have a real example here of how this information is sent in IGP and BGP. You can even see that in the first part of the ASAS, it mentions what the SRv6 locator really is. And then we have NOT number 2. We know that it's an endpoint and information that will allow me get to that specific destination.
And in the ASIS, you'll be able to see the same prefix, /38. Why do I see the same information twice with the redundancy within the TLV? I mean the package. This is the intelligent bit of it. Imagine an intermediate NOT which does not read this RDC yet. They do not understand what is SRV6 locator. They will ignore the information, but they still have /48 information as a route, a prefix that specific router is announcing. So any NOT in the IPv6 will be able to submit to that address. I guarantee that intermediate NOTs are able to send the traffic properly. But as to services, ELAN, VBGP, BGP, I mean, we see the same thing announcing informations of ICID, which is 001, which is a macro SID, which is specifically the ELAN EVPN. So I will encapsulate IPv6 on layer 2.
Bom, então, seguindo o exemplo aqui, a gente vê, quando eu estou mandando nesse ELAN
when I send in the ELAN a frame v2 from 1 to 2, the traffic goes to 1. 1 will insert the IPv6 header with the locator service of one of them, but the destination is going to be locator 2. And microseed E001, which is the extension for submission to this specific layer 2 domain. That's how it works.
Trazendo pouquinho para o nosso caso, né, de XP. Então,
regarding IXPs, IXPs is a connectivity layer 2. That's why I share this ELAN mode, and our topologies are based on close and metropolitan regions. Defined layers, sometimes more than one.
Meio que padronizada, né? Só que por ter essa topologia,
it's standardized somehow. And because of this topology, how can we better balance the traffic within the network core, even in similar pathways, ECMP or lags that we have, which are giant? We always had the use of flow-aware transport, FAT, to guarantee that our traffic would be properly balanced during the way or on the way. That has always been a concern in all sorts of topologies that we had embedded so far. Our goal is to guarantee to have a proper balanced traffic. Another feature is the number of MAC. Why should we switch the topology from VPLS to EVPN? It's easier to keep and to configure it. The amount of MAC addresses available are much greater. We are able to have a better view of what is going on in the network, faster service convergences. All MACs, they follow the network simultaneously. We are able to reduce significantly broadcast traffic for unicast and multicast, and especially due to this 961 RFC, where our routers will start responding to ARP requests directly from the participants. With that, no longer sequestration of RNP for the net, reducing drastically the ARP and broadcast volume, ARP and multicast volume, he says. And this VPLS change to EVPN is rather simple. It's really straightforward, seamless.
Tem sido bem suave, bem perceptível para os nossos participantes, tá? Bom, tá. EVPN é
Well
tecnologia
done.
para XP, é ideal, tudo mais, mas por que
EVPN is an ideal technology for XP, but why are SRv6 and not any other traditional MPS?
Novamente, a gente
We
viu SRv6 como sendo uma
saw
tecnologia bem simples, apesar de
SRv6 has been a simple technology. It may look complex initially, but as you improve your learning curve, the technology is really seamless to be understood. Its setup is very simple in comparison to MPLS, less involved protocols, less configs. It's easier to keep it. In addition to the well-known reasons for segment routing, such as avoided micro loop, source routing.
Mas, sinceramente, a principal
But to be honest, the main cause for this change was the possibility to use the field flow label in the header of IPv6. The flow-aware transport has always been a request to us. We always had to be with the vendors to demand its implementation, otherwise we'd have problems in this sense. It has always been very difficult to implement that in all devices which we would like, and to see vendors implementing that. So once we would switch to SRv6 and the flow label field of IPv6, which is there for that purpose, it would solve all problems. We wouldn't need to worry about anything else.
A gente viu que no nosso core a gente não precisaria mudar nada.
And no needs to change, no changes in our core, just to enable IPv6.
Fazer ele falar IPv6, ele só vai fazer encaminhamento IPv6, mais nada. Ele nem precisa
It
falar
will
IPv6.
make IPv6 submission. You don't even need to say SRv6, just say IPv6 and the route will be concluded. And as you can see, balancing in our networks, they are very effective with the lags of several ports.
Então, isso é muito importante para a gente. Então, atualmente, a gente tem implementado.
Today, we are implementing EVPN in Brasília, Federal Capital, Curitiba, Manaus, Porto Alegre, São Paulo. Partially in São Paulo, 70%. Federal Capital since the beginning of last year with the active ARP and the suppression working okay. In São Paulo, we have 70% of the network with the EVPN, and we have some tests to activate ARP suppression, ARP and D suppression. São Paulo is our target. We know the existing problems, the large volume of ARP in São Paulo, as well as NDs, and we managed to update the network to EVPN, and by the end of the year, we will have the whole EVPN network coverage. And ARP and D suppression in São Paulo is our final goal.
Agora é fazer isso também em
Next steps, expand to Fortaleza and Rio de Janeiro, which are the other cities. And as we are going to reduce the number of ARPs and the number of NDs in the network, we have to unify ATM v4, ATM v6. Today, we have an exclusive VLAN for IPv4 and 6. We want to eliminate this duplication. So everyone will have a double stack in one single VLAN. All of them have double stack, and in the near future, São Paulo. Thank you.
Você?
Boa tarde, meu nome é Gustavo.
Good afternoon, my name is Gustavo. I would like to ask about the vendor. Is that the same one? If you can disclose that information, of course, if there was any incompatibility between different vendors. And congrats for the presentation. Today, we have three different vendors, Extreme, Cisco, and Nokia. Nokia's old generation does not support NPM, VPN. Cisco has a functionality with the EVPN, so it is running, but with the one that comes with the EVPN and the whole functions are the Nokias with the proxy ARP and proxy ND or the Nokias. And then we started implementing with them, and Cisco implemented just EVPN. So we didn't have any issues of integration. And as the migration from VPLS to EVPN is simple, it can keep both simultaneously. We are able to keep the three vendors working at the same time. I can keep the same Nokia talking VPLS with Extreme and EVPN with Cisco.
No IX Fórum de São Paulo, a gente fez a apresentação.
In the São Paulo IX Forum, we made a similar presentation, but a little bit more detail about the migration process. We have a question here from the chat. Anderson Silva asks, the idea to implement segment routing in the IX.br is the idea to come to turn that infrastructure on segment routing v6, and is it necessary to transport IPv4 as a service? Well, that would be more from managerial side. The network core became IPv6 and is becoming more and more thanks to this implementation, because that's part of the protocol. It is needed, but my desire is that all other internal services from the network become IPv6. It's nonsense to keep two protocols on an internal network. It's just, internal communication. I think it's worthwhile migrating to IPv6. Thank you. That's all.
que o Fábio me disse, eu estou errado aqui, mas hoje a rede do IX
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the IX network is basically an L2 as a service over the segment routing IPv6. There is no IPv4 because the service does not transport on IP layer L2. Well, that's it. Now we're going to have Holger from IX.br measurement department to give us an update about CMAT and other measurement IX.br initiatives, which might be of great interest of our providers.
Me pediram para dar aviso aqui, eu esqueci.
Just a reminder, please.
Carro estacionado bem aqui na frente.
It's about parking lot, nothing to do with you who are remotely, because you are not by car, right?
Peraí, deixa eu achar aqui. 6B11 ou algo assim, e ele está totalmente aberto. Então, se for de algum de vocês, vai lá dar uma olhadinha no carro. Um carro preto estacionado aqui bem na frente da porta da fábrica de negócio.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Holger, trabalho no IX.br na área de medições. Vou falar sobre
Hello,
esses
I'm
projetos.
Hologan. I work in measurements. I will talk about projects to providers. To start with, I'd like to know at what extent you know that this is the first time that measurement is being represented in Fortaleza. Who knows about CMAT? 1/3. And how about PASS, the other product? Not many people. And who's got a PASS account? The same people who know PASS. So I guess my talk will be useful. IX has a measurement department since 2007, always to end users for their measurements, to disclose that on studies to the general population, and also for IX.br to learn more about the technical quality of Brazilian internet. And it became clearly that we have to work closer to providers. Just throughout providers' actions, we'll be able to reach technical improvements because internet is made by providers. We are developing products which are useful to our providers to help them. So we want to deliver monitoring tools to our providers so that will help them to better understand and to keep the network quality. And there are three main components: an AS portal to supply measures, then there is a CMAT server and other components, and the CMAT meters. Meters, they produce data together with the server, and the portal allows to access data and also to reach their own conclusions and to perform continuous actions. So I'm going to cover the three products, and by the end, I will show you some novelties after the last IX Forum São Paulo. So the portal's name is PASS, P-A-S. This is a portal where all measurement information will be rendered. So today there are two important information. The CMAT information to be listed, to be filtered, to find specific measures, to trace some graphs, added measures, and as a second type of data, the BCOP challenge And we also want to show pass to localities where there is a presence. And the idea is to expand that submission after IX connection. How about connectivity with other autonomous systems, AS with AS? With the latency of quality, latency loss, and together with CEPRO, we develop quality for operating manners, always measurement. To that, we have a specific metric probe, and that information is rendered to pass, so providers will be able to improve their network quality and to comply with all these operational practices.
And relevant information, because this is a complex issue and complex. I think that we can use an existing service. We work with routing and are analyzing all of these tables so that we can make suggestions in the future. And so PAS is the first part of this proposal. It is easy. It is user-centered. And then later we can access data. We have a request for the person in charge, and when it authorizes it, because he's a consultant, an employee, and then when they have access to data, they can have a relationship with more than one S, both for the consultant and the provider. So it is possible for us to enter the site, and this is the QR code. Now, this is the second part after the portal. We have the service. The provider can install it in the network, and this is done oftentimes with a speed test. Now, it is like a virtual machine, and it enables measurements to be terminated against this server, avoiding harming the link, but it's impossible to have a very stressful comparison. We work based on this comparison, and the choice of the server used in this measurement can change these choices, but this is always done by the provider. The suggestion for the provider is that it is installed along with content, for example, if it's already in the network, because it represents the user experience. And this represents the user experience. This server has a second function. Originally, this was created because when we didn't measure a server outside the provider network, we had to find some quality piece of information, because the user experience has to do with this. with the use of the server test, we have to consider the connection outside. And we have these connections going outbound, and we can create a second function in the server with the measurement tube. So these are non-volumetric measurements. The first one was this one with X, because in the beginning we still had the public testing service and we wanted to rescue this quality diagnosis, but this is useful information for PAS in general on connection, IX connection. And then after that, we implemented other measurements. They are non-volumetric. We have all of the other measurements that are considered in this case. And then if we have filtering, and this is one of the measurements that was implemented, and data is always delivered in the portal. To install the server, the easiest way is to do it at the portal. You can find a link and also the documentation so that you can set it up. And number 3, we have measures. They have different features, and we have something very specific. Nick, for many years, had a strategy which was initially aimed at distributing these routers where we can buy in retail. The measurer is installed and it measures based on where the access is delivered and not inside the network. I mention it because we could have competing traffic or provide information that is lost when you go in the user network. So what was initially distributed to Nick, and then over time, Nick generated firmwares in the market so that the final user could buy the equipment in the market and replace the firmware. And then we changed the strategy. This market is very quick, technically speaking, and therefore there's a constant challenge with compatibility with the new generations of hardware. Our strategy today is to work with the market to try to have the measurer available. And you can also have your own installation. So we obtained support from 4 manufacturers in the router category and also appliances. Today, in Intelbras market, we have a product after a manufacture date. It is measured. The user can deactivate it, control it. There is an interface with all of the CPEs, including Intelbras. But we have to be careful with certain things, because when we buy in the retail, the measurer should simply be installed. And they also embark, but it's not available on the shelf. So if you're interested, you have to speak to the business department, and they will make sure that you have a router with a measurer installed, delivered to you. Also, we have the firewall. It's interesting to mention here the origin of all of this, because there is a demand by the public sector. There are some policies for different sectors or contexts, among other, in public education. These are consolidated initiatives. They're not recent, and they're management layers. This is being either personalized by different institutions or the operator consortium, and based on the frequencies they have to create this consortium. And number two is the fund, the differentiated fund, FUST, and there's another one aiming at connections in schools. The most interesting thing in this project is that they tell you what should be done. So we have connectivity. These are projects that involve Wi-Fi, a well-done Wi-Fi project. In schools, we have these projects. They have good connectivity, and they solve user problems. But in this context, we have opportunity for providers, and they might not be conventional, but it's important to know that we have invitations to bid and to make proposals to obtain different lots of the school, both for external connection or for Wi-Fi connection. So I think it is worthwhile consulting the different sites of each one of these institutions, including FUTs, so that we are familiar with all of the details. FUST has concluded or closed an invitation to bid on June 2nd, and it will be open until the end of the month. It's not the first invitation, but I wanted to mention this to share this information with you. In this case, the manager was engaged in the product, but today the product is available for others willing to implement it.
Para fechar o medidor embarcado, né, assim, tem aí na opção do
to close it, thinking about providers who do not want to buy anything. There is already an interest to include a measurer at home. It's expensive to go there and provide support, so it would be best to include it 1 week or 2 weeks before. So, thinking about this specific use case, we maintained this priority. In principle, it is possible to install an embarked measure in any Linux device. It is a simpler and more, it's smaller. And if you're interested in working with this, you can obtain information and documentation. There are other novelties in the area of measurers. We have a new one aiming at the needs of the end user, our consumers. We frequently forget, as technicians, that the words we use when we say the loss of flow. Is it little? Is it much? What does it mean to me? And so this is what happened with the measurers. We should not stop when the service is delivered to the user. It's important to indicate what can be done with it and what this measurement means, what can be done with the broadband. Initially, we worked with this, trying to understand the measurement, and the idea is to move on. The next step will be to have a Wi-Fi environment assessment. This is one of the main headaches that our users, consumers, clients have to talk to the provider because things are working but not as desired. The idea is for the measurer to help us differentiate that and destroy the user, and this can be done to improve the Wi-Fi connection. Measurers have been instructed, and the next step will be to implement all of this so that the user has information on issues in their local network. Another important aspect, and this is true for every platform, we always have a web measure. We know that it can be installed in any device, but the capacity is limited. We do not have the computer structure and what I need to do this. I have the web platform, arbitrary traffic, so that we can measure flow. But the web measurer is the least barrier. We know that it's the best measurement in native platforms where we can have a socket and implement a network, a true network. We have the platforms, and I would like to highlight two. The user can share measurement. We know that WhatsApp is a good channel. We can always use the sharing function. We know that all of the parameters are included so that we can have an analysis. And this is the first step, actually, because going from a subjective report to something very complex in terms of data, it's not a simple function, but it helps. And then, in addition to that measurement that was shared, this is something that can be done, and there are details that I would like to share here. This can be done in every platform. When the user, for example, gets in contact with a mobile measurement, and we think that the problem lies on the Wi-Fi, or the fact is that the device is limited, we should instruct them to use cabled measurement with Windows, Linux, Macs, or eventually the technician will go there, counterproof, and use a cabled connection. It's important to insist on it.
And desktop for a cabled measure. We have already presented in the past IX Forum based in São Paulo. where we invited everyone to register yourselves if you feel like having a test. This is the time exactly where we are inviting again those who register yourselves. You are all invited to carry out a test. Your feedback is key to us. We want to hear more about the new functionalities, usability, eventual technical issues. Your feedback is very much welcome. And the goal ultimately is to expose our meter to a more heterogeneous setting. And then once it's 100%, we may launch it publicly. Now it's just the registration phase, and later we can make possible the installation, Android, OS, B, and so on. I'd like to close by saying that we are at your disposal. It's very clear that we have to work with you because our goal is to collaborate to effective metrics, and we know that that's up to providers, and here we are to collaborate. Thank you.
Então, obrigado, Holger. Vamos dar continuidade agora para o
Holger.
último painel.
Our last panel of the day,
que é o painel
which
de
is
transmissão de eventos por streaming. Eu vou
streaming
chamar o Rodrigo lá do IX.br para fazer
event
a
streamings.
moderação do painel. Pode subir no palco, Rodrigo. O Claudinei Magnus Soares da
Claudinei Magnus from Global Television and Jean Rodrigues Miranda from
de palmas enquanto eles se posicionam aqui no painel.
Ed Uno. Big round of applause while they are on their way.
Vou passar a palavra agora para o Rodrigo aí que vai conduzir o painel.
Rodrigo, you be the moderator. You have the floor. Thank you.
Boa tarde, pessoal.
Good afternoon. I am Rodrigo Regis. I work for IX.br, and I am currently coordinator of IX.br activation services and Open CDN initiative. We have two missions. First, to keep your attention after, such a long day. And this is the last presentation and the one which anticipates the beer, peer, and gear. And then talk about one of the main challenges of the web, which is streaming, both from content providers' perspective as well as access providers' perspective. 15 years ago, if we look at IX.br panel, we had a profile which was about the peaks of traffic in the beginning of the morning with a certain level during business hours, and in the evening consumption would decrease. The consumption peak years ago was in the business hours, and that profile changed when a video of Springs Day showed up in the internet. Then we had a larger traffic, but around 6, 7 p.m., the traffic increased even more. when people would be at home, would be watching a film. And maybe since the pandemics, we have seen a different phenomena, which are live events. During the pandemics, we had important traffic peaks, and then and now we have sports events, Olympic Games, World Cup. So what are then the challenges for content provider, access provider to face next demands that they may have in the coming years? So I will ask Claudine to start with.
O pessoal já pode colocar os slides aí, por favor. Então, ele vai fazer uma apresentação rápida falando sobre a
That is going to be a quick presentation talking about the global CDN, where he acts, and then we are going to continue with your participation, hopefully. You have the floor. Thank you.
Boa noite, pessoal. Primeiro aqui,
Good evening.
agradecer o convite.
First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's always an honor to be here participating at whatever they organize, and it's a great honor to be in Fortaleza. That was the first point, first site outside Rio and São Paulo where we delivered this content. This is my LinkedIn contact and my presentation. I will tell you a little bit about CDN Global. We have a well-decentralized CDN, 208 POPs all over the country with presence in all capitals. CDN with more participation in IX. We have 22 internet exchanges and 27 points of PNIs all over the country. We have over 10 terabytes of traffic, over 3 million users simultaneously, more in the night period, and low latency for users. This is the video latency. The users looking for a video, and the latency that we measure average is less than 20 seconds. This is a little bit bigger than the RTT. And we have numbers, good numbers in terms of quality, with a buffer rate much lower. Part of our CDN strategy evolution is thanks to peering solutions, where any ISP may do a peering with the global, and we had the peering solutions in all tiers, 0, 1, and 2. We consider that the places where we have the GCIs, and in these cases, we have no option to have peering. We are in 4 IX, Fortaleza, Recife, Natal, and São Luís. We are in the ATM, but we can do peering, lateral peering, throughout these internet exchange points. And we have 5 points to EVPNs.
Em Recife, na Globo Nordeste, em Natal, na InterTV, e em São Luís, na TV Mirante, que são afiliados.
So these are the global broadcaster affiliators.
Uma pergunta muito comum é sobre cache, como que a gente
caches,
para solicitações de caches, as regras.
For casting solutions, what are the rules? And we have 3 types of caches under productions, which are a new CGI, which is XL, which has over than 100 gigabytes of capacity of content, and GSA with Select, where provider may ask for a test. Providers would pay for the GCA.
Porque a gente não consegue atender todo mundo que pede GCI. Sempre tem o caso.
We always have that case of a providers that has no bands, that do not comply with the requests, but they want to have a means to pay and to get a GCA. Now they have that thanks to the partnership with Select.
Essa daí da Globo é bem simples, em termos de critério, como a gente tem o controle do player.
As we have the player control, we make the decisions based on three criteria. We verify all over the country which one is the more specific one to our net, and then an analysis is done, and then we decide based on locations.
E sobre desafios, quais são os grandes desafios da CDN como um todo?
The main CDN challenges, how can we expand them? We have a strong growth year after year. They increase the number of CDNs, and we also have an average time of online users, which is also increasing year after year, and increase of average bit rate, which increases due to the quality of the 4K videos or HD videos with the letters of quality with a video of good quality. Those three factors, they generate impact in the size of the CDNs and also in the network criteria where we have to work. And a challenge
a questão da latência do vídeo.
Is the video latency.
Dos fatores muito críticos do vídeo
one of the factors that are critical is the comparison of the time of the video between a digital platform, Open TV, and others. As we have the challenge to decrease that latency. And everyone who likes football knows how frustrating it is to be watching a football and somebody shouts "go" before you are effectively watching that on your television. So the idea is to decrease video latency and competition with other medias. Others are broadcasting in different televisions, different channels, and we have to be in front of our competitors.
Aqui algumas dúvidas frequentes que o pessoal pergunta para a gente sempre, né? Como posso saber em qual pop está sendo direcionado meu usuário?
Which pop is my user being used?
Como eu posso priorizar minha conexão via OpenCDN versus
How may I prioritize my connections via IX or any traffic? Usually we have SPF. If my prefix is detected on a wrong geolocation, we recommend to update. People usually ask me about SIGNet. We do not work with SIGNet. We do not accept SIGNet. And about IPv6 is not ready yet. We have some tests under production in Goiânia, where we have some videos for end user, but we still have to improve our guidance protocol, and I hope that we can have that done maximum until the Football World Cup of next year.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Meu nome é Jean.
Hello, I am John. I am the main network. I work as a consultant as well, and we offer professional services as well. I'm going to talk about the ISP's challenges and what I have seen during the extremes. They are gamers. Today we have Twitch, YouTube.
Hoje a gente tem desafio muito grande para o ISP, que não era normal há alguns anos, que é a questão do pico de tráfego durante curto
peak of traffic during a small period of time. That is clear. People suffer, and there is a large peak for 30 minutes, 10 minutes, or 1 or 2 hours. And that is very complex. And as the provider may know what that peak is, how can they deal with those large events? We know the large events, they take place more and more. They are very common streaming events. We had important lives during the pandemics. We had the Mike Tyson fight. It's possible to see a peak of use. It's impossible to have a real number. Providers don't have a real number. That is an empiric knowledge. It's the engineer who is there every single day with the charts, the history of a major event. And based on this information, they are going to know how to use their network in the best way, and I call them trafficking engineering. Also, how about the connection amounts and how to connect? It's very important to connect with the maximum of points with peerings, PNIs, IX. That's very important because traffic may flow seamless. I'm not gonna focus on the main ones, but there are many others which I don't see and may impair my daily operation, which is to IPv6 is very important. As I work at the both sides, sometimes I see ISP getting a game or getting that traffic. I had the opportunity to see a large event and with 100% of IPv6 use. So that is very important. You have always to remember that. Another real case is the CGNet. Everyone needs to use the CGNet in their internal structures where they have 100% use of their CGNet on a peak hour. Is it possible to have traffic using, because we have the sale of IP trans with the famous co-meet of TAM, which may reach larger numbers during those events. And providers, they have to have that in mind. They have to understand, they have to hire that. And why the best connectivities? Why IX Fortaleza? Why IX São Paulo? That will depend on your geolocation, but to connect a larger number of points possible. Some of the providers, content providers, not all of them, they use this technology, which is something else very good and effective. EDNS, it's a very comprehensive topic, but just the EDNS, you should bring the DNS to your provider because they are able to send larger information. Some tests may be executed and you can perform the DNS test with geolocations. You are going to use geolocation, and you may bring that as close as possible to your client, generating a much better quality to your end users, and that is a differential to be applied with providers currently. A CDN, which is based on DMS, will use the resolver IP for their decision criteria, and DNS allows you to go with end user parameter, and the DNS has the option to take up its action based on the IP of the end users and not the resolver. We have tested solutions like that based on DNS, and we keep asking ourselves, what is the percentage of data volume that we have real data about end users? And the solutions via IP, they represent an advantage because we may have IPI in the end users. But in most cases, DNS would be the best solutions, and the new DNS versions would be important to go through end users so decisions can be taken. We cannot hear his mic, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The sound
In
is
Belo
back.
Horizonte, Manaus, Brasília, Recife, we must expand it in the near future to Goiânia, Belém, Campo Grande, and Feira de Santana. And it's another way to facilitate it so that the provider is always closer to content with better quality in this kind of service for the users. I also wanted to comment based on these topics, the issue of the DNS, and that's very important. I think that this is a very important and relevant topic, and as mentioned before in other panels,
porque você tem dois modelos. Basicamente, você tem ali dois modelos de entrega de CDN, né? Eu interdito.
And then we have CDN.
Você vai ter aquele CDN que é o modelo.
So we will have the CDN, a model.
Eu vou falar com termos de operação.
And I will talk in terms of operation. It's scattered. You will see Netflix, other service, very close to BNG in the provider. But the CDN is concentrated and it will generate traffic. There was an event, a football game transmitted via CDN, and we could see the latency issues we had, the lack of the use of DNS, because the traffic is always towards the resolver. I think that you manage ASN, and this ASN has its ANS. The resolver is located in Rio Grande do Sul. It could be even the case of a global event. And then we have another one located in Fortaleza. So this content server will send traffic, and if you have connections in Rio Grande do Sul, and we call it a hot potato, it will send traffic to Rio Grande do Sul.
Então, às vezes, todas as vezes que eu comento esse assunto, converso sobre isso, às vezes eu sinto.
So every time I talk about this, I feel like there's not enough knowledge.
Outro ponto, né, que foi comentado aqui do lado do provedor.
Another aspect that was commented was how we can prepare for large events.
O provedor conseguir ali ter contratar o link suficiente para suprir essa demanda dos grandes picos de eventos ao vivo.
So it has to do with the demand with peaks in large events. But I would like to know how content providers work, if you have a magic formula, and you will say, okay, for this event, I will use an X amount of giga, I need an X amount of band, server. Well, there are two ways we do it to reach these figures and try to anticipate the future. It's complicated to do it. What do we do? The first thing is we analyze the past to anticipate the future. So, the last reference we're using is the Brazil-Argentina game in March. So we're going to use it, and we always expect to have more traffic based on that game. So what is the volume of traffic we would have if we all had the same quality that is intended? And then there's another figure that we use, the figures of global play. And then the number of simultaneous users on global play. And I would also like to remind you that this is very important, and we have to include what the expectation is to have simultaneous users in the World Cup next year. So we have an X million number of users. Then based on that, what is the expectation of the mean quality of video within a year? So the expectation is going to be an X amount based on the number of users. We calculate the band that we will need. Based on this number, we will extrapolate the ESP. We will have an X amount of band, and ISP will have an X amount, and then we check if there's going to be a gap. If the gap is large, we make adjustments. If we have problems with IX connections, we will try to make the required adjustments as well. And then we use it for a larger event, in this case, the World Cup next year. And then we start preparing ahead of time so that we can tackle all of the data. Now, regarding the solutions, we can extrapolate if we have something which is beyond what we anticipated. If that happens, we will have solutions using third-party CDNs, I'm sorry. So we also have this type of solution. The challenge is huge, of course, of ISP. As you mentioned, they can measure CBN better because of the experience they have. You mentioned his example is perfect. With CDN, you can evaluate the numbers of last game, but with ISP, you can't do that. I remember the live of Marina Mendonça in the beginning of the pandemic, because the amount of users that were connected at that point in time. So we're always caught by surprise. The case studies that we have these days, and there's also empirical knowledge. I can see that the efficacy of CDNs is decreasing, and more you have the use of cash flow. There is a long video as an example in YouTube. It would be seen a lot, but that's inside the ISN. But today it is totally different, and we can see this change. Even based on your behavior, what you do at home, you will see that more and more you tend to use online content, which is faster. Even the videos are faster. Sometimes I follow them via flow, so how can you cache this video? And it's actually because I'm talking about this with you. I ask what happens with the videos of the main influencers. I can see that depending on the influencer and depending on their engagement capacity, they launch a video, it's very quick. Engagement is very fast, and so you have a peak use of that for about 2 hours. And this is more or less 30 minutes, 2 hours. And it's a challenge for the operator today. And then we look for the route. Sometimes it's necessary. It is necessary for the survival of ISP. And it's important to have all this band. It's at the front line, the traffic changes direction very quickly with a lot of traffic, and that's why I say that it's important to have the right tools. Analyze the flow, analyze your network. This is something nothing is ever going to replace. It's still common to find people who deny it. I see it, or I will say, okay, this is gone by. We're talking about automations. And then we have the good practices, DNS, and improving connectivity. And then we can use IPv6 in the network, and that will help a lot. I'd like to remind you that this is an open debate. Use a microphone, ask questions to Claudine, Jean, and those who are following us online as well. Ask questions so that we can feed the debate here. What I wanted to ask you is how or what do you think the challenges are going to be in the future with, you know, the polarization of video was a challenge some 15, 10 years ago. What do you see as challenges in the future? The quality of video, 4K, or something, or 8K, or shorter videos? Or do you see something aiming at interactivity, interaction? Well, the two things are related. The users will be looking for different videos. There are a lot more CDN solutions. They will be looking for video A, B, or C. And then if they want to load the three, it won't be possible, and the cache won't be enough. And so we do have this issue now with the variety of videos, the increasing numbers. It is happening. We have Twitter, YouTube, Meta. So we have more and more videos with higher quality, and users may be watching a Flamengo game at the same time and watching a Corinthians game and then a Ceará game. So there are different games going on at the same time in the same platform, and then things are more difficult for the cache to anticipate what videos should be cached. And that interferes a little bit in a situation like this. And another main challenge I see for the future is that we still have a quality gap. The videos in average are delivered in HD most of the times. And we could be delivering all of them in 4K. The volume of data is much higher than with HD. So if we put all of the 4K videos in the platforms, we would not be able to cope with that. And then we have more band, and we will see the growth we tend to have because of the quality of the video. I was going to ask you if you're using any compression algorithm to improve the traffic quality. Yes, there are some studies trying to evaluate what the best option is to compress the video, but even with a more efficient codecs, the 4K video is much larger than the HD video. Well, Julio from Institute BR or IX.br. What is the difference between the treatment of a video where you will be reproducing the caching versus a live streaming video? So if you get GCA, does it receive this streaming? Can it multiply to an n number of users or not? Well, the live videos work with different chunks of video. You assemble the videos live. In the case of GCA, when the event starts, it starts looking for these chunks of video and cache them. And then that part of the video will already have been cached as if you had several mini on-demand videos to form a live video. Oh, so in the case of live videos, it will work for somebody who joined the event late on or not. No, it will work. We have dozens, hundreds of people looking for the same video in the same cache. And it works as if everyone was doing it at the same time, but usually it's a first user looking for the video. That's when it happens. Well, I wanted to make a comment about my reality until a short while ago. It's not going to be about V6. A while ago, when I had live events, the person who was on call, there is a calendar, and the person who's on call was always paying attention to make sure that web streaming wasn't going to be saturated, and if needed, adjustments were made. We would change traffic engineering, and so we have good practices that can be avoided or can be used to avoid saturation. But one thing that is very interesting, looking both ways, this is something we can do. Be on call, watching, making sure that there's not going to be traffic degradation. But there's also content generation, and this is something I've seen since COVID lives. Some content generators, for example, Google and Facebook, and the technology behind it is very interesting. They can send exactly the amount of traffic that will fit into your BNI, and then when you reach your limit, they can send the exceeding amount via IX, and this is done automatically. Amazon cannot do it. If the PNI is saturated, they will automatically remove it and send it via transit. So it's a little bit more limited. In the case of Global, I also had a similar situation, but it was easier to solve. In our case, we were connected to two IX, one in São José do Rio Preto and another one in São Paulo. So when the traffic was higher and it was going to saturate São José do Rio Preto, we would filter and have it via São Paulo. But this is a flexibility that can be considered by the content generator, and this flexibility avoids degradation of service and the use of many maneuvers.
From what we recommend, similar to what you said, to have two different connection points of connections. And from our side at Global, if I had your PNE close to São José do Rio Preto, I would not send the 90 users to look for the video over here, but rather in the city of São Paulo. That's automatic. Google and Facebook, they do that within the same location. They are able to edit and to change PNI to IX within the same location. As to global, we are going to send you to another presence point. Well, it sounds as very flexible, quite good. To GCA, the same. The provider has GCA, and then it's going to send to the next required or available router. We have to know if it's well connected. Do we have any online questions?
Sobre o futuro do CDN.
About the future of CDNs. Today, the technology has changed quite a lot. All of us who work with technology, we know how much it is changing.
Sobre o futuro é meio que impossível, né? A gente meio que sonha como vai ser o futuro, né?
We dream about the future. And to me,
Eu fico imaginando momento
I can't help imagining AI, new data centers, and the Google AI, which generated a number of videos. I couldn't hope from imagine. I want to see John Travolta in the pyramid surfing like this, like that. And AI will generate that film that the person wants to watch and sends it. That is a new way of streaming. It's a new challenge. You're going to get a GPU to your provider. You're going to have that there, your ability of process, or you're going to be obliged to use, and the main data centers will be able to do it. With that, we are going to have a peak of use, which is similar to a streaming. Those videos, they are of high quality. Here we are talking about the future, imagination, but it may be a challenge. Another one is generational. As it was said here, we had a huge age differences or generation differences. My house, myself, my children, my parents that had to get into this digital world, and youngsters, the more they change, the faster they want to get things. Short videos, they want fast videos. How about the future of CDNs? And how about the future of this traffic? And your end users might need to get shorter and faster videos, so that may change your characteristics from streaming and CDN. But we have to wait for the future. We have an online question from Thales Rodarte, a question to Claudinei. How do Globo deal with the delay satellite broadcasting for live presentations? Is there something created for that? Or who gets things faster? Who is online in Rio de Janeiro? Has access to a goal before somebody else who is somewhere else? Well, digital, I guess. In the digital world, I don't see any difference. That's going to be the velocity. But there is a trend that a casting might take longer than one in Rio de Janeiro. But that is a difference of milliseconds. It's not significant. But we have something else, which is a recent launch where we changed the Premiere RFC characteristics. To Premiere videos, we use a new technology where we decreased the video delay. The Premiere videos today, they have more delay than cable TV, than any other internet streaming videos. It's difficult, I know, because that will require more expensive codes to decrease the delay.
Bom, acho que a gente já, não tiver mais perguntas, já consegue ir caminhando aí para o final da conversa.
As there are no more questions, we can go on and maybe hear your final comments or remarks, and then go to the beer and gear and peer, which we are all dying for.
Mas seguir pouco nessa linha, né?
Within the same lines, what do you see as
curto e ao longo prazo em relação a
in a long or short run as to live events and new demands? On a short run, we have the Football World Cup next year, so most providers, they have to increase their APNI or to search for solutions to increase their connection capacity with global. If you are able to, you're going to have capacity for that. And in a long run, challenges are closer to the ones we have. We are going to have more dynamic videos and a greater number of users looking for different videos. On one side, we have two main challenges. One is to improve the solutions to predict which video has to go through cache. And I guess that AI may be helpful in that sense, where we'll be able to use AI in the prediction of the caches. And with that, we may reduce that specific gap. And then the network capacities. We have to increase our network capacity, but we'll need solutions such as multicast transmissions instead of unicast transmissions. So if we have a group of users watching the same video, you won't need to grow with the network demand based on the number of users. We have somehow to break this equation. Final remarks, please. Best practice that it was mentioned in the beginning, which is to increase the connectivity, a possible DNS in your network, and not to let. Sometimes I see people talking more and more about best practices. As an engineer working for many years in operations, it hurts when people forget about engineer knowledge. So please focus on their engineers that they deal with the network, their know-how, and they are able to say last event was bad because they didn't have a PNI. An engineer feedback is important, where they are able to expand the connections. If the person has the condition to connect somewhere else, that will become more dynamic. to improve their experience with the final client.
Alô? Oi. Só outro comentário rápido
A brief comment
sobre problemas diversos que acontecem durante streaming, que eu
about
acho
the several problems that take place during streaming, which is CGNet.
na hora de analisar ali uma possível lentidão,
While assessing a possible slowness, people they forget that a certain traffic or parts of that traffic is going that CGNet box, which may be closer to its limits, a number of variables which sometimes we end up forgetting about. So next to the access providers, we have to continue with the CPL, with IPv6 support to alleviate our CGNet.
Mas ter suporte a IPv6 não é mero
And IPv6 is not just, you know, something silly.
Não ter o overhead do NAT,
Not to have the overheads of NAT, and not only the physical capacity, but also overheads. One last thing for you to analyze once you say the customer called and said is bufferizing, and it makes a big difference if you analyze the problem and if you treat it as a way that is going to flow differently in your net. CGNet is an additional factor, and that's something that we from network do not pay attention because they might not have interface of a full net, but an IPM or a parameter that usually servers, they are used to pay attention and not the networks team. That is not so common to be worried about. And I agree with IPv6, which is key. The more IPv6 content, especially in the streaming of the video, if we handle that in IPv6, we hope to get an improvement in the general quality. I don't know what the technical reason is why you don't get a CGNet prefix to the server, but that makes a lot of difference. Those content generators that have hosted into the ASPs, this is an offload of traffic where there is no IPv6 from access or content, but this should be kept into our mind to accept CGNet prefix.
Nosso caso é bem simples, tá? Só não quero parar o desenvolvimento do IPv6. Então,
se a gente for falar dos problemas do CGNAT aqui, né, monta um outro painel aqui para debater isso daí. Mas como o Fridiane falou, o IPv6 já está aí, já faz um bom tempo.
IPv6 is there for a while. We have courses at IX.br, workshops.
De entender esse tema e o problema que a gente já vem enfrentando aí nos últimos anos. O que a gente vê em relação às CDNs é que praticamente todas já estão com suporte.
Almost all CDNs are with IPv6 support.
Estão correndo atrás.
Como eu disse, no último grande evento que era exclusivo, que eu acompanhei, foi número novo, tá? Bem diferente.
That is a new number. That's why it's important to say 60% of the traffic is rendered in IPv6. Within the Open CDN, we see that the IPv6 traffic of CDN is increasing more and more. Its proportion always closer to 50%. Sometimes it goes over, sometimes not so much, but the traffic is increasing a lot. And the current TVs, they have better support than some of years ago. If they exceed this barrier of the television, the idea is that the IPv6 demand will grow even more. Well, that's it. Our time is up. So I'd like to thank Claudine and Gian for accepting the invitation. I think that we were able to share a little bit of the most important challenges what we have ahead, how to get prepared. So a big round of applause to our guests. And thank you to our participants as well.
Mais uma salva de palmas para o pessoal.
Big round of applause.
Do palco. E vamos
And now let's close today's activities. The event is not over yet. Tomorrow we are going to have a second round. So those who are with us remotely, we are going to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. Welcome coffee, 8:30. And for you following us remotely, 9 a.m. And now those who are here in the premises enjoy the beer, gear, and peer, where you're going to be able to take the most of our sponsors. You are gonna get a wristband on your way out, so people will be able to control how many people will participate at the beer and peer get together. So don't rush, enjoy your drinks, and I see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for those who were with us online. Thank you.